All right, and we're live. You got to give me a couple seconds here to get my usual yada yada done. All right, first we want to throw one of those up there, throw this down here, bring this down here, and then up here. Got 3 screens I'm looking at. If this is the first time you've joined me live, I am Don, and I play the Gunmuse. Well, I've been the Gunmuse longer than Guns of Glory has been in existence. Gunmuse was originally a search engine that I developed when shooters.com went bankrupt. We were developing a piece of software that I thought was a completely bad idea, but I got brought in because I was the most successful online gun seller at the time. They wanted to copy what I was doing. They just didn't want to copy anything I was doing. Sound familiar? Yep, Gun the Glory stuff, right? Just the way people think. I'm so used to this. People wonder why I don't get upset about stuff, or sometimes I faux my rants. I fake it. I fake it. I can do that. I can act. I can act. All right, so we want to hit the go live button. And I know I'm already live, you're saying, but that's not how YouTube works. First, my software starts the event, then I got to go set it up. And that's why you see on other channels, other channels always got that dead air space at the beginning. I learned to at least do that. Let me try something here. All right, so I am in, I see 4 of you are in here now. RogersRaiders.com/Discord. We're going to hit enter on that. Pin the message. Message pin. There we go. Look at that. I learned something new this week. So now anytime people join the guys, I don't know if you know there's a difference. There's 2 types of chat. And look at that. I'm looking at the top chat and not the live chat. There's a top chat and a live chat, and I don't know what the algorithm is on the top chat, but you don't see everything that's being said when you're looking at top chat. So I suggest that on your phone, your device, or whatever, if you're looking at the chat going by, you switch it to live chat. That's what I have to do with when I'm watching somebody else's lives to understand what's going on at the time. And of course, we've got our Discord guys over there, and I've now got the chat box that scrolls on the screen for those that are watching on the TV. You know, a lot of people do this on the TV because you can sit there and play on your phone and just listen, glance up occasionally. You know, if something I said grasp your attention, me respond to somebody grasp your attention. This is so late and so off normal hours. I'm doing this on purpose because I'm actually trying to reach back around the world like I used to my Aussie clients, the Aussie viewers. They got so abandoned because I used to do almost everything late at night. Usually because it's hotter than sin out here in the frickin' shop. And is what it is, right? And then for those that want to watch it on the playback later, I will have subtitles up on the playback. Man, I don't know what it is with you guys that speak Spanish, but you are rude in the way that you ask for Spanish subtitles. I speak English. This is a show in English. It is not free to put subtitles in to a video, and there is not enough revenue from a live to cover the 5 hours of dictation and translation. Just so you know, I do that out of a courtesy, and I'm not always quick to spend the money. So you may have to wait and come back. All right, man, I've also got to say thanks, guys, for the it had been 10 months since I did my last recorded videos, and we've dropped 2 of them. If you haven't figured out, they're dropping Tuesday mornings, and they have been phenomenally received. I am getting record-breaking watch view times, record-breaking first 2-hour times, record-breaking 4-day times, and 2-day times. 2-day times matter, 4-day times matter. And because we're getting these record breakings, we've been getting pushed out to a much bigger audience. It's like a splash in a puddle. Because you guys are watching so much of the videos, YouTube is turning around and recommending me to people who don't play Guns of Glory. And so you'll see on there, matter of fact, I wonder if I could show that. I don't know where it's at. There's a statistic that they give me that shows you the click-through rate, right? Your banner's been shown 100 times, and normally for every 100 times they show one of my little thumbnails, 30 to 45% of the time somebody clicks on it. Okay, so if it's on the page, 30-40% of the time somebody clicks on it. And that recently dropped down to like 3 to 4% in the last couple of videos. And then they got a little note on there: we have been pushing you out to a much larger audience. This is not a true reflection of your normal click-through rate. And they got a little subnote on there. So I have to thank you for that. I mean, that is 100% all you guys that's doing that one. All right, is there something messed up with my chat, or is everybody there just lurkers? We got to have some interaction here. Hold on. And let's get. We're going to start a new kingdom again today, maybe. Man, we normally do these at like 10 or 11 in the morning. But it's a worldwide audience. I've got to do some of these late at night, catch the other end of the earth. Spin it for free! Settings. Count. New game. Wow, we blew past 800 already, didn't we? So we are going to go with New Kingdom 801 today. Oh, you know what? I got to go unbind that Twitter. Oh, man. That's right. Count everybody. I'm making everybody. I mean, it's oh, it says 3 a.m. here. That's not true. Hold on. Adjust time and date. And sync. Man, I found a bug in Windows. Skip. Oh, man, I screwed up. I'm going to have to do this twice. You know what? Wonder what happened if I closed out the game and then reopened it. How did I screw up? The Loki Games, man. How's it going? I've been doing some tweaking on how I do videos. Oh, no, see, we're still in this mess. Because I didn't unbind the Twitter account. I wonder if I can log in with my phone and do it from my phone. So I'm caught up doing this new thing. So, ding, ding, ding. See, when I get into the other game, I won't be able to log out and unbind the other game. because you got to log into that game to unbind it. And you got to bind it in order to be able to do announcements. Okay, so settings, account, switch account, Twitter account. Remember me. Oh my gosh. I rarely remember my Twitter password the first time. I do not use the same password Holy shit. I did remember it. Enter authentication code. Send me the authentication code. Check your phone with numbers ending. I know that. See, I don't do this on the phone. Authorize app. That's doing good, man. Okay, so settings, count, count management, unbind, yes. Settings, account, switch account. Yes, I want to lose all my data. It's not the one I want to choose. I don't know what the hell's going on there. It forced me to choose my main Gmail account, which doesn't have any sort of a main on there. My main Gmail account gets hacked about 4 times a year. Yeah. That's why it's my main Gmail account, is it's out there publicly, and I expect people to try and hack it. And then anything that I've got that we run for business, I never put out there publicly. Big B, man. Okay, so we're up to 10 people. We can get. What do we think of the distance video this week, guys? Did you learn anything? I learned something making the video. Hopefully people learned watching it. I didn't know they updated the workbooks, and I saw a lot of comments that a bunch of people didn't know they upgraded the workbooks. That even distance now has damages on it, which made sense to me as soon as I saw it, because cavalry's overpowered in the upper levels. So when we've been telling people for a while that the old Spinebreaker style calculators appear to have some value. Matter of fact, not the Spinebreakers. Man, what was like I had the T11 capped calculator back when we used to cap the calculator with whatever, it used to be hard to get T11s. So, I had separate calculators if all you had was T11s. Then from the T12s, we didn't assume you're going to hit C40 in 60 days, which is pretty much how it goes this day. All right, so now I can do the starter quest. So now what it looks like is the old spine breaker style calculators, but the calculator only rolls down to, if you've got T13s, instead of using T2s, you'll be using T6s for your meat shield type wave in the old calculator math, to keep the losses down. This is castle hits we're talking about, not tower hits. I don't know. It might be tower hits. Frankly, no one's going to try to do this in towers. When you're in UACs, you know, you're either overpowered or you're not. So someone have to go in there and try and rebuild a calculator with T13s from T6s and things. But if you're bigger than everybody else, because you got T13s, you got a bunch of stats, you're plowing through their marches nowadays anyway. And we're talking about punching up. It's good to know what the optimization of a march is. Because if you were doing it in the KVKs, like we used to when we built the spine breaker, we would use those marches in KVKs. We'd pummel the shit out of people. Keeps our cost of doing, you know, our average player was spending about $800 a month in 362. That was us keeping it down. You know, keeping the cost down, especially playing up against guys that are doing $2,000 or $3,000 a month. And man, what was it, like Kingdom 352 that had a Death Dealer or whatever his name was? That guy dropped like $5,000 while playing KVK because we were eating him up. We killed the whole kingdom but him, and he was coining troops while we were beating on the palace. He had more stats than we did, but we were bleeding him dry with troops all day long. And it was like an 18-hour fight, and he just kept buying troops while we were pummeling the castle. God, he trolled me for like a year. You know, like I solo beat him. That's not true. The whole kingdom beat up on him. I didn't. You know, we had our coiners that did some heavy lifting. And coined up while we were fighting. Ooh, yeah. 123% army damage. What level castle was he, Redleg? What about his other damages, like his distance damage, things like that? I mean, you know, sometimes you forget to switch your gear over. You know what I mean? Because 80K is the top on I think we talked about this in the Discord. 80K was the top. That camera is not focusing. It's been so hot in this room. I can see that camera fluttering. And my blue is trying to be blended out from the green screen. I don't know what's next. Hold on. I do know what's next. I just don't want to say it without checking. Hold on. I just added more hard drives to this computer. Okay. So distance damage was last Tuesday. Cavalry damage is this Tuesday. And then infantry damage is the following Tuesday. Then it'll be cavalry damage received, distance damage received, and battlefield treatment. Man, And then we're going to get into some of the other little things one at a time. Hopefully to explain what small areas do. You can get real caught up in those stat numbers. Really can. And we say stats with laziness in our voice. You know, damage is a stat, but they really should be separate thoughts. When you hear stats, you should be thinking percentages and say damages and mean damages. They should be two separate words. They do two different things. They have great big differences in their importance to you as a player. Yeah. All right. Like everybody, what? I was pretending to be out the bar on Saturday night. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I literally timed this to where it's 11 o'clock on the East Coast on a Saturday. Yeah. So we are in Kingdom 801. C31. Yeah, you know what? If you C31, there's a problem right there. He really should watch one of my videos because he should be C29 and waiting for a 50% of it or a VIP 11 that he's going to spend money on and shoot straight from C29 to C35. The cheapest way to get to C35 is to stop at C29 and build up all your badges and all your food and all your speed ups and do it in one shot. Cuts the cost in half. No one should be a C30 through C34. You should be prepared to go from C29 to C35 in one day. But as we did the distance vantage video, you know, I used to tell everybody to stop at C29 because T9s were more powerful than T10s until you got to your T11s. So it made sense to stop at C29. Now T10s have damage in the war books. So that's not true anymore. And while I was hunting around seeing what the competition in YouTube land was doing, none of them had mentioned it. I don't think they knew. They just read the press release notes, and if they didn't put it in the press release notes, they don't know what happened. Oh my God, I hate the starter quest. Don't click there. Click here. You know, I noticed on this, having to do these starter quests a bunch of times, they put the little dot up for the critical points. They're only critical while the dot's up. Hitting them later does not give you criticals, which is wrong. Why point out that's the critical part of the ship if it's not the critical part of the ship the entire time you're shooting at it? Yeah. Just a little bug there for the GOG guys to think about. For those who are highly accurate, to be able to get a few more levels out of their cannons because they're accurately playing the game. Yeah, instead of having to wait for the power to build on that cannon. Yeah, the reason I asked about what his level was is because, you know, if it's like a newer kingdom, yeah, he probably doesn't have enough banners to get his army damage and everything else up yet. C31, or he's on a farm account, right? Yeah, you got hit by a farm account. I know quite a few. You know, I could do it if I wanted to. I could turn on the software and make 30 active freaking players and then go do UAC by myself. Yeah, I just don't wanna. Yeah. The most fun part of UAC for me was getting the C20s through C25 guys to realize if they worked as a team with bigger players, they could typically outscore a bigger player. Uh, and I have thought that I'm going to have to redo the UAC uh, point videos because they're a couple years old. Its point has changed a little bit. They tweaked it over the years. I need to go in and double check that it's what I think it is now. And so I may have to turn on a botting system just to get enough players in there to go play a UAC by myself. I don't know. There's been, and I've got to put out some kind of announcement uh, because this live setup that I'm doing, Newer Kingdom 730 something. Oh, he was in. Yeah, see, so not a lot of time. Well, wait, no, 747 was January. We did that one on New Year's Eve. So 730 would have been, sometime 1st of December. This is Kingdom 801 that I'm in. They're just plowing through them. I love getting in here because the usual suspects will be in chat. I've warned them at least 4 times now in Newer Kingdoms. And at some point, they're going to come to the conclusion to be silent while I'm live. Otherwise, I'm going to keep pointing them out. And I think people because I'm doing the lives in the New Kingdoms, players are learning pretty quickly that once I spot them on the lives, they go back and show all their buddies in the live because the playbacks in the live has been kind of high. I've had a lot more playbacks on these last 4 lives than I have. The other lives have got more views, but the playbacks on these lives have been pretty incredible. Yeah. Oh, you know what? I didn't do my job here. I haven't told anybody in Discord. Copy. I don't like the fact that the industries, especially around gaming, is using Discord so much. It is not a good communication platform. And I think it's in now. It's not intuitive. It takes a while for you to learn how to navigate all the menus. Right? It's sad that we have to have a third-party chat platform. Well, I'm sidetracked by my name being mentioned in other Discord rooms. And no. Let's shut down Discord there. There we go. Bank. We're going to do that. We got all that. Oh, I'm going to try to do two things at once. You can't do two things at once, but we're going to try anyway. Anywho. I'd be interested to know if the day of the week that a kingdom opens up has anything to do with its longevity. Like today's Saturday, so 801 opened up. Are you more inclined to get new players that never played the game before on a Saturday wanting to learn the game? Go to the kingdom. Search. 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 I did find a glitch in this as well. I was doing the little green banner quest before that building was even open. Yeah, 459 would have been 3 years ago. I had the big hoo-ha with Kingdom 410. I was just quietly running an experimental account in 410, and then I watched what the bullies were doing in 410, and I got involved. And this is back before anybody was really, truly paying attention to everything I was doing. And I went around and started kicking. I held that kingdom hostage for 2 whole months with a C-26. I spent almost no money and was kicking the crap out of the guys that were spending money. That's where we met Kenya. She's in the Discord. Kenya. She was the first queen of that kingdom. And she was a real player, a real person who came in there and was spending money and wanted to run a good kingdom. And the trolls were running her out. And quite frankly, I didn't, and it took me it took me a while to realize that it was the same trolls that I was having in 362. I just gone and built a castle to hide from 362 trolls and to get some work done. And then when I saw the same people doing the same thing, they'd done it from Kingdom 310 to 362 to 4, that they were in every kingdom, right? And we've shown that in the last few lives. They're in every kingdom. They're there at minute 1. The kingdom opens up. The same conversation with each other. Oh my God, how you doing? You know, everybody's so friendly and awesome, and you want to, you know, they're doing, everybody's singing the cheers song where everybody knows your name. They're just, you know, they're in there, kumbaya, come play with me. Yeah, when in reality, it's like Norm sitting on the bar stool, right? It's a dog-eat-dog world out there, and I'm wearing milk bone underwear. That was always my favorite saying by Norm. Yeah, gotta. I'm just gonna laugh at myself tonight. That's what I'm gonna do. That's funny. Yeah, we were watching Blazing Saddles. Yeah, one of my favorite lines is Red. I told you to watch up after cross burning. See, it's coming off. And you just know that was an impromptu joke that wasn't planned, wasn't written down. They just went with it. Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to permanently hire nobody. We won't be here next week. Oh, I know what else I was going to do. Yeah, the newer kingdoms. This isn't really, I mean, the whole point to me doing this way, where I build a new castle in the lives, is to hopefully get some of the new players to come in here and join you guys who have played a while, and get them away from the trolls and get a community perspective on what it's really like to play the game. Because frankly, if you have more people playing the game, no one has to spend as much. You need to come in here and spend $20,000 or we don't want to play with you. The only people thinking that are the guys receiving $20,000. So at that point, since they're new trolls and new kingdoms, the very minute the kingdom's opened up, it's part of the staff. You know, there might be a bonus program, you know, for how much a kingdom spends during the first King's Challenge or something. You don't know. Okay, Kingdom 801. We are live now. Okay, so let me get down here and, oh my gosh, I cannot see what the hell I'm doing up there. Kingdom 801. There's that. Image upload. Man, I wish it would remember. Choose file. Well, I've got a glare and a half on that screen. I moved my desk back. Now I know why my desk was where my desk was supposed to be. Where it was. Yeah. Because, the Muted Gunmuse. There we go. Launch URL. Paste. And normal. Always high. Oh, we can do 10 days on that. And, you know, I'm battling myself. The Google software listens for dead air, and they insert commercials later. And I don't want it turning around and dumping a bunch of commercials in while I'm just diddling around. That's why I'm always rambling on like I don't know what I'm doing or why I'm doing it. But just so you guys know, I do know what I'm doing, and I do know why I'm doing it. Just upgrading one troop. Hold on. I missed something before that. Hold on. All right. Some of you guys should have got notifications from your phones or your web browsers. Hold on. There's a conversation I'm missing here. Newer kingdoms. I see players who have a soldier type stats that are much higher. For example, 60k distance, but only 44k cap. All right. Your coat of arms, your nope, your gemstones are balanced. Your guard weapons. I'm trying to think of it without looking around because I can't look around in this count. Are those the only two places that aren't where you can focus on a troop? Research. But research is usually base stats. So while they're more powerful, you don't, I mean, it's like plus 1%, plus 2%. So he's talking like a 20k difference. but the +1 +2 is actually more powerful than the 20K. So there's that. I'm missing something. I swear there's 3 places that you can get big numbers. Let's see. You've got Curiosities, which are no Curiosities. Yeah, Curiosities would be the 3rd one, right? You can do Cavalry only on Curiosities. So Curiosities, Gemstones, and now I forgot the other one I just said. Curiosity, Gemstones, Coat of Arms. I can't look at it right yet, and it's Newcastle yet. So there's 3 balanced stats which do all troops, and there's 3 dedicated stats. So what they've done is they decided they got one good march right now, and so they're going to make that one good march really kick ass. It's really the proper way to build it, their banner. That's how they're doing it, is those 3 areas. So if you're spending money, you spend a little in your Curiosities, you spend a little in your Coat of Arms, and you spend a little in your Gemstones. No, not Gemstones. Gemstones are all stats. Your Guard Weapons. That's the 3rd one. Guard Weapons, Coat of Arms, and Curiosities. I'm doing this blind. So when you're starting out and you're just wanting to spend less than $40 a week, and you want to focus on one kick-ass march, because if you only have one march in your castle, and you're playing something like UAC, as long as that march is moving, you can't be zeroed. Let the guy hit you. You got nothing in your castle. Let him hit you. Have all your food done before the day. And, at that point, offense is defense when you have one march. I've done many a video on how to build up in a new kingdom by focusing on one march that is everything at the same time. There you go. Thanks for typing that out for me, Redleg. I had to scroll down to see that you done it. Yeah. Thanks, guys. I know I was scrambling around in there, but I was scrolled up looking at his question. How are we doing that? And well, distance. The reason you focus on distance so much is you do so much better with the wolf. So every week you get a emotional confirmation that your account's doing well, right? When you hit the wolf. If you've got your distance stats up, your distance damage up, you're going to do better than everybody in the kingdom that's running around with cavalry trying to save time, farming. Yeah, it's the cheaper way to build, Banner. So if you're just spending a little bit of money, you get those 3 things done, and then you keep that going. Let's say a new guard weapon comes out, right? Well, guess which ones you're going to upgrade first? You're going to upgrade you should be doing your troop stats first of all. Troop, for more than one reason. Troop attack is in part of the luck roll. There's a weird luck roll. And when we stack troop attack, you get a little luckier overall than you do when you have those other. And it's just troop attack. It's none of the other troop stats. Although I think it wasn't any of the other troop stats. I did think that they started balancing it out the top 3. Matter of fact, over on Rogers Raiders, where you input your stats, and then it gives the list of people that are powerful in the kingdom based on the stats they've entered into the website. One of the calculator that I use to determine the luck roll is how I determine that ranking list. That's how it's weighted. When I determine your Rogers Raiders power, I add luck into the stats, and so that top board leaders list over there is kind of a cheater's way to find out where you sit in the luck game. Yeah. So when you go enter your stats over there and you see where you fall down in rank, it's all about the luck at that point, right? And the luck happens on a lot of stuff like the PvE stuff. So you get more loot, you get better pirate rolls, it seems like. I mean, all these, I mean, I'm talking about luck in places more than just where your march goes. There's a reward for having spent money in the game. And troop stats are the more expensive of the stats to build up. Explain how. Okay, you're in the Idle Tools chat, which is the name of my company. But down there is a hashtag Guns of Glory on the left-hand side. You click on that, and that's the Guns of Glory chat room. And then sometimes I get way off topic, and everybody gets disgusted because I'm off topic. Yeah. Man, I'm glad to see you say you did that. That's the first time I pinned a chat in live chat so that it stays up there the whole live. I saw somebody else doing that, and I was like, man, how do you pin a message in the live chat? I didn't know how to do that. Oh, that's the other thing I didn't thank you guys for. I don't know if you guys paid attention because it kind of snuck up on me. And there we go. Man, we're getting people clicking through too. All right. Let me go here and do this. See what we've done here in the last month. Let's go to your channel. Yeah, I'm at 9.2K subscribers. We've gone up about 400 people in 6 weeks. But like I said, YouTube they gave me a little notification that they're pushing me out to a much, much bigger audience. And so what I'm attracting to is anybody who had ever played Guns of Glory in the last 5 years is being showed my banner. And you never know. Maybe these new kingdom spawn ups that are winding up here real quick is because some old fart players have kind of come in and said, you know what, I'm going to go in and build a new account, see what's changed. Because they got issued a video from YouTube. And I know revenue's up too, so it's really good people. I mean, every metric has been beyond my wildest dream of coming back. And guys, I'm going to have to, I didn't bring anything to drink out here. Okay, so let me get in here and claim. And we're going to go. First of all, let's go in here. Account settings. Thank you for telling me that there's a bunch of worthless numbers in here. And account management. Bind. Authorize app. That's what I should do. For those who don't follow, guys, I don't tweet that often, just so you know. But if Twitter's one of those things, if Twitter's one of the things, see, I wonder if I could do that. If Twitter's is one of those things where you get notification that you actually pay attention to people you follow on Twitter, this does tweet every time I start a live, because most people are not getting their live notifications from YouTube. This does tweet every time out there. But you should know I'm a shadow banned account on Twitter. Matter of fact, that's something we'll get into the off-topic stuff. I just got in it with the Veterans of Foreign Wars in a little shit debate on LinkedIn. Because they just took they have this new VA bill they just passed. And Biden went down to the president, you know, the national leader of the VFW and took his Photoshop, and everybody's just smiling and all happy, and we're so proud to be in business with the VA. The VA, I turned around and all I did was link videos, all within the last 3 years, of what's been going on where news organizations, local news stations, no national ones, not a single national news organization has done a single story on the community care leaders that are political appointees denying care to veterans. And while I was going through that, I realized that I had turned off the videos I did on them in 2019. They're back on right now. You can Gunmuse VA and actually see that video now. And then start doing some more digging around, and you'll start seeing some videos of guys laying in bed screaming while two congressmen have got to go down, where they turned around and says, the guy's faking it. We see no reason for him to be here. We see no neurological orders. And it, for some reason, seems to be centered around anything that has to do with neurology. My fight with the VA right now is over neurology. One of the little news stories that I found kind of upset me because the guy was going through, he was in a more advanced stage than I am of the same problems. You know, his neck and muscles and head, you know, and he was screaming in pain and just couldn't get any relief. And he wound up going $200,000 in debt going to an outside neurologist to get relief when he should have been covered by the VA, and they just wouldn't do it. They were refusing. Mine's literally written into my service record. They cannot say no by law, but then it's not a medical professional saying no. We see, yep. Oh, there we go. Good day, Gun. All right, look at that Brito. You're in Australia, are you, mate? Did I tell you the whole goal of this was to reach my Australian market? Good day. I love it. I've spent 6 weeks of my life in Australia, and it is still some of the fondest memories I've ever had. I had a ball. With power that don't participate in KVK and reduce kingdom power. Yeah, it's your accent is literally in your text. Glad to see you here, man. I hope you're subscribed. You found you know I went live some reason. Yeah. Man, I wish I could pipe some music in. War Inside the Kingdom. Oh, but that's the trolls though, Loki. See, we used to blame on random idiots, and it's not random idiots. It's the same damn 12 idiots. It's the game. I don't even know if they're up some more, because I killed a whole bunch. You know, I built a little over 700 videos on Guns of Glory. I think 340 of them are live now. Okay? Because they're still relevant. Every once in a while, I go through and I clean out. Matter of fact, we may do that on the live show tonight. Just go through and start killing old videos. Because I got to go through there and clean up the old videos to keep the logarithm right. And so I'm going to do this. Hold on, guys. I have got to go get something to drink. And I already know I don't have any water in the house. I don't have any water out here. And I turned the cooler off. Give me 5 minutes. Be right back. All right. Okay, here we go. Went and got me some of my, there we go. Guys, if you haven't drank any of this milk, well, I recalled them all at one point there, Banner. Yeah, yeah. No, I hit the curiosities one time, then scroll back over it again. It's hard to see without visual in front of my face. Man, you get to a point, especially for a guy like me doing this game, where it's autopilot. I'm not thinking about what I'm doing. I'm just doing. And therefore, when you have to slow down and explain something, you go, you sound like an idiot because you've gotten to where it's muscle memory. If I wanted to upgrade my cavalry, I wouldn't even think about where I'd be going. That's just yeah. Curiosity books, coat of arms, and guard weapons are the three that, and then the other ones are your gems, your airship, and then see, now I'm going bat crap crazy. Your gems, your airship, and your gear are your all stats. Man, guys, there's this milk down at your store right now, okay, called Fairlife. It's whole milk, and they start saying lactose free, but you can't treat it like lactose free other stuff because of how they get the lactose out of the milk. Remember in 7th grade science where they turned around, they showed you how a membrane, a plastic membrane, could filter water? You know, now it's like common knowledge because that's how we get our water, right? Well, science has progressed to where they can make that membrane any size molecule they want to make it. And this company takes milk and they filter it through like 20 different size molecule things. They separate every different size molecule of the milk. And then they put it back together. And so they take the lactose out of the milk. They then treat it like an oil refinery. They crack the lactose and turn it into a I can't remember what it's called. Maybe it's on the bottle. Uh, 25% vitamin D, calcium, potassium, vitamin A, riboflavin, vitamin B12, phosphorus, magnesium, zinc, and selenium. All good stuff. That selenium, something they have to add that to the milk because that's not normally in milk. Ultra filtered. Omega-3 oil, lactase enzyme. No, I can't remember what it's called. But they recrack. Lactose is what is the sweetener in normal milk, but it's a very poor sweetener. It's not very sweet. It's not a very sweet sweetener. So they recombine it to something that's like 4 times as sweet. And because it's from the lactose molecule, when they recombine it, it's got kind of a buttery taste. So you get kind of this butter aftertaste when you drink the milk, which is what milk from the cow tastes like. Troop stats should always be first. Infantry, your damage reduction is your first one. That's the importance of these videos. They're damn. I would not infantry. I would not focus on your infantry stats. The damage overwhelming by other troops makes it not as important as you would think. They're a limp noodle of a troop. The other classes have a little bit of advantage over them. But your damage reduction is a much more powerful stat than the stat on infantry. I hope that makes sense. Infantry stats is not until your 5th focus, I think. Yep, 801. Keeping the trolls guessing, guys. And the point is to go back over the core stuff. I mean, see, we're having a debate over the most basics of the game, right? So we're having that debate. You can go out and YouTube Gunmuse anywhere you want to and put any other keyword in the game behind my name. You're going to find one of my videos on the topic, right? They're not doing it. It's not hard to find me. It's not hard to find. I don't do 10-minute videos. I try to be thorough. I try to be in a conversational mode. And I try to go off topic after I state something so that while you're looking around your screen trying to figure out what it is I said, you're listening to something else. And then that's where you always get the comments once in a while, go, this guy blathers on too much, but I also have 3.5 times the audience of everybody else. There's method to the madness, I promise you. There's a reason I'm more successful than everybody else too. This is not me talking to 3,000 people on Tuesday. Okay, so every Tuesday 3,000 people watch a video. Watch a new video. This is not me talking to 3,000 people. This is me talking to one person at a time 3,000 times. And you've got to wrap your mind around, hey guys, how you doing? How's it? That's putting yourself up on a god pedestal. And I do that kind of language talk out of old habit. Not because of the god pedestal, but because I actually used to do training sessions in front of 50, 60, troops. When we have to do trainings and things like that, you're looking at a group of people. They know they're in a group of people. That's just not YouTube. And it's a bad habit. And I would tell anybody that's doing YouTube videos, you should constantly be conscious that you're only talking to one person. And hold a conversation in that manner. It's much better to do that. The lives are a little different. Again, you know that you're in a group chat. But I also try to stay conscious to it for the playback guys, because they're not in a group chat. They can't interact when they play it back next week. And thousands more people will play it back next week than come to it live tonight on a Saturday at 11 o'clock in the evening. Yeah, or I don't know, what time is it in freaking Australia? Oh, it ain't people, man. That is Paper Matthew and Tom Vapor constantly trolling. And here's the bad part for them. I offered to involve them in the project. I offered Disappointing Turtle was supposed to be involved in the project. She got in with Tom Vapor and just got sucked down the hole by the trolls because it's easier. She works a full-time job. It's a shit job, and she didn't want to learn the new things. Yeah, midday. What time midday? What time is it now? So it's like 1 o'clock in the afternoon there? 2 o'clock? Yeah. Go on. And let's go here. Inventory. Did they take away the 200 gold for binding my account? Rat bastards, right? Hold on. Maybe I'm just skipping the step where I did that. Let's go here. Claim. Go ahead and upgrade that real quick. I would never normally build a military tent down here. I put one of each resource down in this bottom four corners so that when you put the auto collection on, I just swipe this one little corner. I ain't got to scroll around. I mean, I do stupid little stuff for optimization in that manner. That swiping over here and up here to collect my stuff takes too much time. Let's go here. Gather wood, claim. Daily quests. Hold on. I got to get back into the event because the event's the one that... Man, it seems like I didn't claim two things. You think me doing this a few times in the last few weeks, right? All right. It's the old system with new modifications. The kingdom matchups. All right. The way it used to work was active castles. Okay. They will not publicly define to us what active castles are. Usually that leaks out from one of the people that gets told in the VIP room. Because they used to manipulate active castles. Lots of the big guys used to go in there and manipulate. Because we used to have what's called a tax season, where brand new kingdoms got fed to old kingdoms. Because when you're farming and gathering, and the kingdom's got 1,000 to 10,000 brand new players all gathering on tiles, those taxes are paid to the kingdom that controls you. So it's called tax season, right? And that's how, and they would get a whole bunch of food and stuff. When you get more than one kingdom, you're allowed to give away food packs and silver packs and things like that. I don't even know if that's true anymore. But from what I saw looking at last KVK, it was a reset day. So you cannot glean any information out of what you saw last Saturday. You'll start to be able to glean out of a touch out of next Saturday, but more importantly, the Saturday after that. So 4 weeks from now, or 5 weeks from now, we'll have an idea of what the matchups look like. You won't have an idea before then. Okay, so anybody telling you they know what the matchups look like, they don't know. I look, there's no way you're going to know because everybody started off equally. Because they always try to, and this is the thing that kind of bugged me about that. They always tried to put winning as a power structure. So if you wanted to find that a kingdom has X amount of power based on how the castles are built, blah, 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 fine. But then don't add winning as a nerf to that. Quite frankly, it should be up to the king to decide whether or not they want to go up a bracket. I think if you just put that in the king's talents, they say that next KVK we go up a bracket, and then put some loot modifiers for being in a higher bracket. You know, and say, hey guys, do you want to try for a higher bracket and we get more loot? You know, open up some communication and some teamwork that way. But there's so many ways of doing it that involves the community. But that's not how Guns of Glory does it. Guns of Glory comes up with a decision. It takes them 6 months to get the software and the studio work done. So they contract that out. They get that done. And then 4 weeks before they get all the work that they got done, they put out a survey and ask you to participate in the way that the game should change. Now, get what I just said. They've already changed the game. That patch is coming. Then they ask you what you think should change. And the whole point is you don't know what the results of the survey are, so you're to assume that your neighbors are the ones who voted for the changes that you saw, when in reality they were just dictated once again by people who don't understand how things work. Yeah. So too early to tell on the matchups, guys. That's all there is to it. Don't try and glean numbers and math out of something that's not there yet. Got a little bit more milk in there. Yep, you're milking up my beard here. That's fun. With a caffeine chaser. I had almost quit drinking the Monster drinks, but I can't. I'm in an argument with the VA right now because they actually won't issue my prescriptions. This is why I'm in a fight with the VA again. So I went in the hospital 2 months ago. They gave me a bunch of prescriptions. They worked. I handed them over to the VA, and all they're supposed to do is rewrite them so that they get shipped out of the VA pharmacy and get shipped to my house. They didn't do it. Matter of fact, the lady goes, we want you in Albuquerque, not Amarillo. I'm like, well, you don't get to choose where I get my primary care from. I don't want to be in the New Mexico healthcare system, and I'm not gonna. And there's logical reasons to it. Texas healthcare system they have like two in Lubbock. They got two different healthcare systems, and a doctor can choose to join one or the other. But no matter which one the doctor chooses to join, if I go to 5 different doctors, that 5 different specialists, one specialist can look at what the other specialist is doing via the computers. So your records are in one place, but literally 2 places because it's not one unified system. 2 different competing companies because we've got to do it that way, I guess. If the government was just to say, we're going to store people's records and any company can submit records on behalf of the citizen, and we're going to pay for the storage as part of healthcare, problem solved. But they keep trying to get into this competitive thing. Yeah, they had the same thing in 592, three-way nap. Yeah. I don't know why they don't kick 592's ass, because guys, there's like 4 people playing. Yeah. Just take it. It's free loot. Yeah. Anybody who's built up in 592 doesn't want to lose any troops. So just take it. Oh. Well, you're shooting at the wrong one. I'm shooting at the one. Oh my gosh. You're making me miss here. Well, that's because if you reset the system, you don't know who's powerful, who's not, right? You're basing it on arbitrary numbers. And because of the wipeouts, 592 had 0 nap. Yeah. You can't beat anybody. That's all there is to it. You don't have the power to play. You don't have the will to play. Same people showing up for KVK were showing up when I was leading KVKs. And do they stop and learn to play and want to play? No. They're always trying to negotiate an app. If the first thing you do first thing in the morning is negotiate an app, you're not there to play, period. Nap with one kingdom, nap with two kingdoms. You're taking strategies off the table when you nap with any kingdoms. Your enemy should always be wondering what the fuck you're going to do next. That crazy son of a bitch might kill me in the next 5 seconds. Should always be the thought in their head. And if that's not the thought going on in their head, you have no control over the strategy. The minute you say you want to nap with one kingdom, you want to nap with all kingdoms. You've already played your hand. And this is from somebody that we used to beat the shit out of everybody all the freaking time. And that was one of the reasons. If I saw you nap with another kingdom, you were the weak kingdom. So you're in a nap with them, we come kicked your ass. We just kicked your ass first. Four times power. The power number is a castle reflection. You beat them in the towers, Matt. The power number is not a reflection of your stats. It's a reflection of your troops. Somebody with a large power number, you beat them in the towers. And if they got a really large power number, they have the ability to play longer in the towers. They do not have it. They do not have an advantage in the towers other than their stats. So the towers are the equalizers. Oh, that's true, Banner. Yeah, if you've been beaten, look, I've been complaining about it for over a year. It takes too long to build troops. Yeah. You couldn't even beat the towers with 4 times. They had 4 times your power. Well, then what? I mean, the towers are stats. Okay. If you're punching up more than 20%, then you're going to be trading off troop volume to the stats you don't have if you're trying to beat those players. So if somebody was 4 times your power, he already has you on troop volume. That one player does. So what your goal is to not play against a player with 4 times your power, but to kill everyone else in the kingdom but him. Once you start targeting everywhere that person is not and beating them, you're going to find all the weak links, which means the towers have fewer and fewer and fewer and fewer troops each time you hit them. But then your kingdom has to be committed to that. Your kingdom has to be committed to jumping to towers, jumping to other kingdoms. Because if they're on offense in your kingdom and all the big players over in your kingdom, jump over to their kingdom, kill all their weak towers. Right? Start bleeding them dry. Hopefully you whittle down their towers so thin that the third kingdom sees the blood in the water and they go and try and take that kingdom that you were just zeroing out. But if you negotiate an app right off the bat or try to get this collaboration going with people you've never met, you should just be confident in your, I talk to everybody. Look, we had a Gunmuse room and Guns of Glory for years. At the start of every KVK, I went to the alliance leader that was in the towers first day. We invited them into that room and they stayed in that room forever. And the simple number 1 rule in there, no negotiating. You were not allowed, even though all 3 kingdom leaders were in there, you could smack talk if you wanted to, whatever, but you could not negotiate. Do it behind scenes where we can't see you. And all the big names of the game at the time were in that room, and they liked. And once they saw how that rule worked out, they liked that rule. One, all the kingdom leaders were always the kingdom leaders in every KVK, no matter who they were playing. So we got to talk about what was going on, what was interesting, what was there. We had none of that stuff got put on live on YouTube. Everybody kept asking me why. Like, they don't need to know how things work like that. But the real reality is the trolls use it against you. They're just dictating how you play. You know, the secret room of people that dictate. And we weren't dictating how anybody plays. It's just we were the people spending money to play. And therefore, we do it kind of our way. Oh, you know what? I haven't picked a name yet. Look at all this stuff I hadn't done yet. Rename. Man, I always get kind of confused doing this one. Yeah, that's not the one. Dext is weird. I don't know where my picture comes from. All right, there's that. They are asking people within 2 minutes of the game, what do you think of this game? It is so freaking awesome. We just spent the last 40 minutes forcing you to click on the screen where we want you to click. What do you think of that? Do you think they have an honest survey of their marketing technique? We had that issue with 591 or 593. Guys we played with in 533 joined up in the wrong new kingdom, built up a castle there really fast, and then didn't want to leave because they spent a bunch of money. It's not a matter of think, Paul. It's a known fact. We've been proving it the last few lives. Same players. They're in there the first night it opens. Look, we'll go to the kingdom chat right now. Everybody's friends. Everybody knows everybody, and they're all in the best kingdom you ever seen, but they're all in the brand newest kingdom. They're all having such a fun time that they're abandoning wherever they were. Chatty people. People that don't know anybody aren't chatty. This is a new kingdom. It should be brand new players, people who just downloaded the game. Their original role on day 1 through week 1 is to be so friendly as to make people want to stay around because they made a new friend. Then they start to undermine and antagonize to get the spending up. So we'll put this up here. See, everybody's nobody. Everybody's your friend. I told you we got cheers going on in here. Everybody knows your name. There's that. Paste. Send. There you go. Da, 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 da. All right. We'll see what happens there. What else was I doing? Watching. Trap Jaw in the Nut Alliance. How much you want to bet I might know who that player is? We're glad to see you, man. We got you up there on the screen now. Yeah, you always have the people who jump from New Kingdom to New Kingdom to New Kingdom just because they can't afford to play a real game. And in the first, we have all the starter build-ups. They can go in there and kill somebody. I call them those are the latchkey mentality. They can't afford to play the game. They will never be able to participate long-term in a kingdom. So I've never boycotted a KVK. Boycotts do not work. Boycotts are bullshit. Boycotts is somebody trying to get people to join a line group. They do not exist. I have never, ever, ever seen a boycott in the game of Guns of Glory. I've heard about them. I see people write it on their tags, on their castles. So what? Who in a brand new, most of the money is made in the first 3 months of a player joining the game. So who sees your castle in Kingdom 123 that wrote boycott on it? Just don't join them? Join who? Oh, I don't know. I paid for all the KVKs in 592 for 7 months. Me and Arkin. Only 2 big coiners. And then everybody in the alliance started getting the trolls got in their head because they never shut up. They're on 24/7 talking about, the unfairness. The life is just unfair. They're gonna crush us. It's all Gunmuse's fault that we can't get along. Gunmuse didn't tell them not to play. Ever. Didn't train them not to play. And even when we demonstrated that these people would log on at 3 in the morning and 0 small castles in alliances, so that when you woke up at 6 in the morning and beat them back, and they're in the kingdom chat going, look at that big alliance just burning us for no good reason, because no one was on at 3 in the morning when they were burning people every single day. It is a managed marketing effort in that kingdom chat. And if you don't understand the mechanics of how they're lying to you and start seeing the pattern in which they lie, you're going to think somebody's just crazy and making up excuses. Because the first thing you hear is the truth, and the trolls never shut up. So they're always the first thing you hear. I don't complain about losing traps because of outmatching. 592 never had that problem. We had every ability to win 2 to 3 kingdoms in most of our KVK matchups. Because of the way the KVK matchups were done, I would not let them take a second kingdom, because the loot box guys who didn't put any money in there wanted me to go over there and kill a second kingdom and then say, well, look, we sat in the castle, after I kill all the troops. So it's me spending money for them to get free loot. It's a welfare system at that point, which I didn't mind. We spent money on that, and we had a discussion internally amongst the group, and and it come right down to it. I get the big veto vote because it's my money. It's not that I stopped them from playing in any way, shape, manner, or form. I don't have that power. I just stopped providing welfare to their gameplay. One player would not coin for 300. That's what happened in 592. And it happens in a lot of places. Okay. Against what though, Matt? When we had hard matchups against guys that were bigger than me and it required strategy? You act like you had it all figured out. Okay, I hear the tone of the voice there, Matt. We were doing great without you. You lost your fucking asses for 10 months. You didn't participate. You threw fits. You trash talked. You didn't shut the fuck up and play. All you had was something negative to say and a reason not to be there. Oh, I'm not risking one troop to play. And you didn't. For 4 months while I was still active in that kingdom, we sent one cav to the fucking KVK. One cavalry. You negotiated an app, sent one cavalry. I'm not building up for that. I'm not playing for that. I'm not supporting that. That's not the game. You literally decided to vote to get free loot. And if it wasn't free, you weren't going to play. Period. It's, I can't, you can, there's 4 people in the chat there, boss, right now. Kingdom 592 has had 4 people talking in that chat for the last 3 months. 4 players. Tell me how good your KVK is going. Top black? You don't remember correctly, because for the last 6 months that I was active, I was 3 KVKs, 3 loot boxes away from being C43. And I stayed there. I was so far ahead of the kingdom on stats and loot that Turtle Shannon says, you know, the problem is you're so far ahead of everybody that they have a reason to hate you. You're just a big coiner like every other big coiner. And we talked about me just holding back and let everybody else catch up. Only they didn't catch up. No one was going to let me just hold back. I had to keep the welfare going. I was supposed to keep coining and letting everybody else have it. No. Matter of fact, the big fight with Arkin was over the people who didn't show up to KVK one day until the last hour, and they all got loot as a friendship gesture. That pissed me off. That did piss me off. I just, if you can't recognize that, you know, there was a coiner that was trying to help you guys catch up, then I can't help you now. You're not going to see it differently now. You didn't see it the same then. You didn't care that somebody was protecting you. You didn't care it was somebody else's money on the line. You just, now it's they didn't like me. Not that we were turning around trying to build up other players so that we had a team play. I didn't need the top. I was always offered a pack when I was playing. But I'm a coiner. I don't need that pack. Again, we're talking about the welfare you guys are demanding, and you just stated it. Oh my God, your own alliance hated you so much they wouldn't give you a pack. They didn't get the crown if I didn't say so, Matt. End of fucking story on that one. I was in charge of my own damn alliance. And it was the alliance members of my alliance who thought, man, if we just went along with these trolls and capitulated to them, everything would be going well. And it went to shit. Whole kingdom fucking died the minute we cooperated. And I told them it would. I just didn't chase. Once you guys went on the nosedive, I wasn't paying to pull you out because that's not the reason I built the castle in the kingdom. Oh, so Matt's a troll because he just twisted what I said. You just said you're pissed off at who got the pack. I was pissed off at a player who didn't play that got the pack. Because he quit KVK. Who was it? Here's your jarhead, motherfucker in MFA. We'll out him. The guy that claims to be a Marine. Worthless fucking son of a bitch. You had Captain Jack. Captain Jack was the one that got the pack. Captain Jack had no damage on his account and somehow come in there and coined up his top stats, had no damages, and I sat there in the alliance of KVK and I said, none of my guys better join his tower. because they were going to die. And instantly, Arkin twisted that fucking statement to mean I was just shitting on Captain Jack, not pointing out to my players that they were going to die if they got underneath his freaking mega. I knew what the fuck I was talking about. Arkin went off the fucking rails, and I didn't tolerate him going off the rails. That's what blew that whole shit up. Wouldn't shut up, wouldn't listen. The Arkin was in the middle of freaking recruiting players at the time for his hockey team. He was too busy to pay attention to what was going on. That's why I took back over the alliance. Not even because of what he did with Jack. I don't care who he likes, who he plays. I don't think that way. But we don't reward people. But he got that box because Arkin was made the king that time. That's why he got that box. Not sadly, and he's not the power in the kingdom. He has stats. You don't understand what power is, Matt. I know what Jack's stats are. All I got to do is build up troops. I can go zero that whole alliance tomorrow. I don't even have to add stats. I know where you guys sit. I do look around. You guys aren't even keeping up on your damage numbers that are free. You're not playing the game. Okay. I didn't get this far in 5 years by not paying attention to how people play. You're not playing the game. Not in that kingdom. It's I also own this account over in 592. You're holding on to those castles. I just saw the other day that a guy went in there and asked to buy a castle on 592, probably because he saw an old video with 592 on the front of it. Saw a dozen videos on it. Said, you know what? I'll go to that kingdom. Did not realize when he got in there, and it took 4 days for somebody to respond to him, that kingdom could constantly be bringing new players in if you just shut the fuck up. But you can't even shut the fuck up in my live chat. You're still arguing about what is and what wouldn't. At some point, you need to realize the things that are beyond your control are beyond your control. You don't get to tell me how to spend my money. You don't get to turn around and decide that the welfare I was providing wasn't enough welfare. And that I need to listen to people run their mouths as they got stuff for free from me and on my dime. Couldn't just take it and shut up. I put a $30,000 business investment in Kingdom 592. You're not calling out shit that's a dead kingdom. If that kingdom was working the way you said to, it'd be a top kingdom like 362 is. No, I'm just going to call it out. You're a troll. It's a new account. What was your original account that I banned on here? See, that's how we deal with Matt. Calling out your lies. You can't have 4 active players in a kingdom and then say we were doing the best job it ever was if it wasn't for you. Hey, Garrett. Oh, my gosh. I don't agree with his reality. I'm just going to make him go away. I told you guys this last live. The trolls are going to keep making new accounts, and I'm just done. I'm done giving the trolls social media stuff. So what I'm doing, I'm hiding them from the whole channel because they've been going after the brand new videos, the how-to play videos, and they are the first ones to make a nasty comment in them. So they got to go make these new accounts. And what I really should do is you should have to be a subscriber for a certain period of time to play around in my live chats. But we don't do that. Oh, man, I'm doing good. I've been fighting all week. I'll tell you, I got in a fight with the VA, and I really started getting to wondering if it was just me. And then I started digging around because I knew I made a video recording some of what was going on with the VA. And I couldn't remember when I did it. And damn, it was all the way back in 2019 that I wrote the video. And I had it set to private, so it was hard for me to find. I kept digging through the regular YouTube to find it. And then while I was digging through the regular YouTube, I kept finding so many other people who had done. The firewall works as long as you're within 20% of the player. And remember, the firewall is not there to be the defense. It's there in case you screw up. Nothing replaced bubbling or jumping. I'm going to have to keep reiterating that because the trolls constantly reword my wording to be wrong. Just like Howard was doing there, right? I'm going to make a statement, and then I'm going to argue against my own statement and call you wrong and point out your lies. They had one coiner in the kingdom, and that coiner's gone. Me. End of story. In order to stay the coiner in the kingdom, I needed certain things out of the players. They weren't willing to do it. They weren't willing to lose troops. And for the, as is pointed out, me complaining for years about how long it takes to build troops. It's not how long it takes me to build troops. I'll throw $1,000 at the troop speed ups. Go buy RSS from the damn black market of game developers selling RSS. Yeah, defense is not just a firewall. The defense is for when you fuck up. The firewall's for when you fuck up. There is a chart on RogersRaiders.com. You log in. You put in some basic stat information into your account, and it will auto-populate your chart for your account. And you just need to keep in mind, don't go killing people that are more than 20% bigger than you or letting people hit you. And I will also tell you, because we're playing around in a brand new kingdom, it doesn't work prior to King's Challenge or for about 60 days after. They show the, well, that's all there is in the game, right? I tell people that too, though, Paul. They only give me one button to end an argument in this game. So when you have the trolls arguing one way or another, you cannot debate a liar. Okay, that's why I just ended the argument with him. You just can't debate him. All you can do is duel him. But he's on my platform trying to call me a liar, and it doesn't do me any good to lie here because then you lose the audience. The videos are about seeking the truth of how to build your account properly, and it changes with time. I can tell you for a fact, all the way from the days when I owned my gun magazine, as much as these trolls $2 a month, and it's way out of date. If one of you guys in the Discord room would send me Excel spreadsheets of the latest stats on like guard weapons and banners and which each one does and what the max potential of them are, the different labels, I'd appreciate it. I've got to spend the day going in there and updating the Rogers Raiders database so that those calculators work for you. I built those calculators so that all we have to do is add the new stats in, and then the calculators will keep going as they add new stuff to the stuff. But I haven't been going through there and doing it by hand. I haven't been well enough to. I mean, I haven't done anything for 10 months, right? Oh, yeah. The New World, Darklands. And if you want to sit in the forest during UAC, the firewall is awesome. You got those alliances that set up next to the forest to try and punt you out of the kingdom. Yeah, the firewall was an eye-opener when we first deployed it, and most of my alliance in 592 could just sit in the forest and let people chew them up. Because you're losing T1s through T3s, you could hit the heal button on those things, and they were back up in 30 minutes. So you could rebuild your firewall every 30 minutes. And you were burning down these guys as T12s and T13s. I'll tell you where it sucked for KR for me. And one of the videos on the firewall was a KR video where I was sitting in the forest and surrounded by 4 or 5 other C40s at the time, C41s at the time, sending march after march after march after march at me. And for 3 minutes, I just sat there eating their marches and losing like 10,000 power. I was losing like half a T1 rank on them. But they've patched against the firewall a little bit. It's not as easy to build up the firewall as it used to be. It's still relevant, just not as easy. Yeah, on the attack side, the scaling down on the attack marches, I believe if you're T13s, you need to have a march that goes all the way down to T6s now. Garrett, I appreciate it. Yeah, there's something to look at the old videos, right? Show me the video where I had more than 2 marches. I played against the top players in this game in events and in betas and everything where we just move our castles over to the betas and won and never had more than 2 top marches of T12s. I still don't have T13s to this day. Yeah, look, the firewall was a necessity. Where Howard was trying to twist the truth there, that I was not even in the Rogers Raiders Gaming Alliance. I'd left Shannon was running it. Arkin's wife was running it. When Arkin's wife was running it, everything was running smooth. And then I started getting complaints. I was over in Alliance by myself, testing, because I didn't want to be bothered. Because when you're in the Alliance chat, everybody's always talking to you. I didn't ban you, Howard. I just said I don't want anybody to see you. You're a lying little shit. But see, I'm glad you went and built a new account just to come on here and talk, because it kind of proves the point of what I was talking about a minute ago, right? There you go. Of the 10,000 people who follow me, how many of them are going to go out and build another brand new YouTube account just to come back and run their mouth again? Yeah. Trolls. I told you 2 lives ago, 4 weeks ago, right? I'm just not dealing with it anymore. I'm not going to do it. I'm not giving you any more minutes of the time. There's a whole bunch of people who think that the negative comments are just as good as the positive comments on YouTube. It may be good for YouTube. I don't think it's good. I don't think it's good for the learning environment. So, this is not a democracy. Yeah, this is a dictatorship. Only I got the mic. The wedding singer. I have a microphone and you don't, so shut the hell up. If you speak one more time, I'm going to beat you across the head. Oh my gosh. Do you have to be a member to see the firewall calculator? Yes. I spent $30,000 building an account in 592 to build tools for you guys, and I did it in a manner that $2 is what you got to spend with me to play better, while you give $800 a month to the Chinese. Again, I'm an unreasonable asshole that's going to milk you for the $2 so that you don't lose the $800 you invested with China. I tell you where to invest your money to keep your money. I pay to play lots of games. Yeah, I'm not opposed to pay for play, but normally I'm paying because I get bored doing something. And then when I catch myself paying to go faster, I start looking at the game with a little more business savvy than player savvy to realize if everything I'm going to do is designed to frustrate me into paying. That's a phrase that's not out there often enough, is frustration pay. Pay to play, glad to pay up my account to the thing. Yeah. Right? What are you going to do? Oh, and he's probably been doing it since the 312 days there, Jasper. The uh it's ongoing. What are you going to do? Let me go join alliance. So here's this alliance. No one's spoken. I would bet you anything this is a farm alliance. No one said hi in 2.5 hours after joining that alliance. All right, so let's leave that alliance. So that's somebody's bot farm. Remember, this is a brand new kingdom. They, yeah, $2 a month or $20 a year. I had to take the credit card payoff because the Chinese were stealing credit cards at like Target, and they started using my website to see if the cards were still valid 2 months later. And you'll see that a lot in the Guns of Glory game, where guys will dump $5,000 exactly into a game real quick. It's a stolen credit card. Because they don't ban the account when somebody does that. What is banned is the ability to spend on the account. So if they dump $5,000 into it before somebody knows that the money's been spent on their credit card, the credit card owner will get their money back. They won't ban the account, but they will make it so that the account has to pay back the $5,000. Let's say that account gets sold to another player. That new player will have to pay back the $5,000. So every time they buy something, they have to pay back in payments. So if the guy goes through and spends all the $99 things on the stolen credit card, and then later only buys $20 items after the card's been invalidated, then he can build up an account. PayPal, which you can pay with your credit card with PayPal. That's it. PayPal really does have nice. I mean, I do a lot of business internationally with PayPal, and it used to be they were a frustration point. You know, I try to put out of your mind the problems that you had 12, 15 years ago, and realize I have not had those problems in the last 8 to 9 years. Matter of fact, PayPal's done pretty good to going back to what they used to be, which is PayPal got under fire the same way crypto's under fire by the SEC in the United States, the Security Exchange Commission. Every week you hear about how the Security Exchange system is filing charges against 4 people for trading in crypto. We're sending crypto farmers to jail. The SEC has no laws or regulations to work off of. They literally just file charges against people, try and make them go to court, and they hope the judge will create a law that doesn't exist that the SEC can then work off of. It's completely illegal. The SEC should have been shut down a long time ago. There is a government regulatory committee that should be dealing with crypto, and that is the I talked about it in the thing I put up in Discord. Commodities Exchange Commission, the people who regulate corn, and I likened it to the trading places where they manipulate the orange market. I get a lot of people that Silent One thinks. I get a lot of people that offer that. I'm not sure I want to play. All honesty, you know, the only thing I do at this point is try to keep it relevant. I would have loved somebody that's more passionate about the game than I am these days to pick up the slack on the education and the YouTube and the article writing. I never got anybody to write articles. Everybody wants to be this gaming influencer. They want to get money, but they think the money should be free. And it's not free. You got to put work in. You know, it's just to do one video and one live a week is, you know, 15 to 18 hours of prep time. And that's not all I should be doing. I should be writing an article to go with each one of these things, and I haven't been doing that. I don't want to write articles. And I owned a magazine. And one of the reasons I want to write an article is these are very technical articles, and which means I got to go dig up all the stats to talk technically, and then I got to put it in the right order, and I got to rewrite it in a way that people understand it because I got to dumb it down from the way I think about it. A lot of the math that goes on just happens in my head. I don't verbalize it or put the thought out forward. Or when I am trying to verbalize the thought, I stutter it up and jumble words around nowadays. It's just better if I don't speak and just do it. To play KVK, I think to be a proper player in KVK, especially the way I like, you've got to spend at least $500 a KVK to be, you know, an upper player. I don't want to go sit in a tower. I'm not that style of player. That was my problem with 592. I was willing to spend the money. I would have sat there and dumped $2,000 a KVK into the Kingdom 592 if they just would have showed up and stopped demanding a bunch of free stuff or equal decision-making capabilities on how I spent my money. It wasn't that they wanted equal say in how to run the kingdom and I was being a tyrant. That's the words they were using. They wanted to tell me how to spend my money. The answer to that was always going to be no, especially to the Russian alliances. It's not that I didn't include them. I defended them for a month and a half, 2 months there for a while. I made, despite the hate I took bringing the Russian alliance in. But once I brought the Russian alliance into the KVK, they started demanding to host every KVK. And we were being unfair if they couldn't host every KVK. Not that they weren't ready to host any KVK. Not that we threw them a bone and brought them in, and I told everybody else in the kingdom, knock your shit off, this is the way it's going to be, the Russians are going to play with us. They forgot the fact that I was defending them. Then they turned around and demanded that they were the ones in charge, and we'll vote them out. And you couldn't give them an inch before they were telling you where the next mile sign was going to be placed that I was going to reach. It's the best way to define that one. They weren't taking the miles. They were telling me where the road signs were going to go and what color the asphalt and the dotted line was going to be. Honestly, if you don't have 10 players committed to spending $800 a month, you don't have a KVK team. You want to know what it takes to play KVK? It's not about how much you spend. It's about how much the team spends. If you've got 8 to 10 players who will spend $800 a month preparing, doing it in the right order, yeah. They want to, oh yeah, and we went over that last live, right? The third-party KVK alliance is the dumbest fucking idea ever because you're giving up base stats in a KVK. There's no research done. Everybody goes, well, I'll hop over to the third-party KVK alliance and do some research. That research takes months when you're there every day. It takes years when you're hopping in 1 day a week and no one's doing the hopping. They just said they were gonna and then they never do it. Best laid plans of mice and men. From a guy who's trying to run a business around KVK, of being proper about it, around how to build the games and things like that. Things have got to be done in an order that can be explained to somebody else. You know, for the people who just like, well, I'm playing in this kingdom and you're not caring enough about me. And I also had the people that follow me on YouTube. That was always a problem, right? Well, I subscribe to your YouTube channel and I came here to play with you and not be in this other alliance. I had people yelling at me because they couldn't get in my alliance. No promises are ever made for that stuff. I can promise you that we had that like I said earlier, we had that problem where I left my own alliance, put the team in charge, and the team got lazy and was logging on at reset, doing their dailies, making a bunch of insulting jokes and logging back off. And I wasn't happy with that. I don't call that leadership. And, well, you're always yelling at people. I'm always yelling at people who do stupid shit. I mean, I remember the one argument with Arkin one time. I said, Arkin, do you berate somebody in front of everybody right there on the ice? He says, hell yeah, I do. I said, that's not leadership. You pull them into the office and you have a one-on-one. The same way I would pull Arkin off to the side and have a one-on-one. And then after he turned around and talked about how he berates people on his hockey team right in front of everybody because he thought that was a learning experience, I did it to him a few times. That man went ballistic. You know, what was good for the goose wasn't good for the gander. It was a point of fight. Don't get me wrong, I love the guy. But one of the big problems with me and Arkin was we thought too much alike. We both had the same ideas at the same time. But I had a business to run and he didn't. So I had to pull back on certain things for business reasons. And he saw it from only the player's perspective of, well, that doesn't help me as a player. I want to go over here and kill all these assholes that won't shut their mouths. Because the kill everybody in the kingdom that run their mouth shit was Arkin and Wonky. And for 3 months, I took the blame for every death in that kingdom, and I wasn't at the top of the kill boards. Until old Matt Howard, they got in this thing where we built a room. I'm going to show you guys this. This is the best idea that you'll ever have for a kingdom room, for a new kingdom, guys. We're going to create a room, right? Kingdom 801. All right. Alliance R5s and R4s can speak. Everyone else spectate. Oops, I'm typoing here. Spectates. So you truly know what is debated and resolved, right? Because I'm going to tell you what happens in all these new kingdoms. Somebody goes out and creates a brand new kingdom room. We've got the R5 room, and then they turn around. Okay, we do this. All right. So what you do in this room is as an R5 joins up, you make an R5 an admin. Okay? That R5 is responsible for when their players join that room, they silence their players. That way their players can see you talking with the other R5s in the kingdom. Everybody is aware of what was said and who said what. There's nothing hidden, right? The reason you do that and say, well, we have kingdom chat. The trolls will roll the kingdom chat off. They know how many bogus messages it takes to scroll the kingdom chat off. There's an hour limit and there's a number of message limit. They will literally, when they screw up and say something they shouldn't have said, all of a sudden the bots come on and the chat just scrolls off the screen. So you build a room like this, you turn around and you make the R5s and a R4. Don't let every R4, if somebody's got 25 R4s, they're not really an alliance. You know, too many chiefs, not enough Indians. You know, usually you need 6 good R4s. And hopefully you've spread them out over different time zones. Time management is what R4s is for. It's not to be in charge. It's to make sure shit's on the store. It's to make sure that, you know, you don't have any verbal beatdown problems, things like that. So you build a kingdom room like this, and you got to be careful who controls that room. Because if the trolls set that room up first, and they will be the first one who always sets up a kingdom room. Soon as you figure out that it's a troll running the room, you guys got to go build a new room. Or they will, in the middle of something you got going on 3 months from now, just delete the room. And no one will know. You're back to using Kingdom Chat to try and to talk to people, and that means you got to talk to them in real time. But when you're in a room like this, the chat doesn't roll off because only the R5s and that one R4 are having a discussion about stuff that's relevant to the kingdom. It shouldn't be a bunch of gossip or nothing else like that. That shit shouldn't be taking place. But if you're going to have an argument about who's going to be in charge of what, what's being hosted where, things like that, that's where you do it in a room like that. Okay? Arkin come up with that idea. We implemented it in the alliance first. We have a KVK alliance and research is max. Bud. So you're shoving it down my throat? How old is that kingdom? And it used to be you couldn't gold spend on an alliance anymore. So we're talking about the old versus the new. What up? You can do research way faster than you used to. If I was to go over and gold spend on research right now, I could max out an alliance pretty quick myself. By myself. This is true. What up? What up's pointing out the differences between the old and the new. I spoke off of experienced without thinking about what has changed. Old. Yeah, well, I got a 592 Farm Alliance that's got max research. I've never played a day in it. But I had a bot that donated every day for years and years. Yeah, so I mean, but you can do now what you couldn't do back then. And when I said it, I was speaking of the old way. You couldn't put a KVK alliance together and get the kingdom to build up the research in a month. It would take a year because everybody says they're going to go over and donate. They get all hot and heavy for about 5 days. Then they realize they bled up a lot of gold and a lot of RSS. Plus they had to exit their old alliance and join the new alliance, which means they're out of the freaking underworld gates. There's a lot of problems with it. There's a lot of logistics going on with a KVK alliance. And then again, it is who's in charge of that alliance, right? And if you got a KVK alliance that's being run by somebody who's trustworthy, congratulations. But it's rare. No, well, I referenced old and not of how long it took. It doesn't take that long today, but again, it comes down to trust. The trolls get savvier and savvier as we figure out, just the way we figure out ways to beat the game. We figure out ways to beat the trolls, and the trolls get there quicker. They're there in hour 1, right? Hold on, I got gold now. Oh, I don't have gold yet. Hold on. I gotta go open. See, you guys told me that last time. Because it's like a 3-step process, right? Mark as red. Oh, ouch, that hurts. Wait a minute. Now I got my gold. All right. There you go. I see Jay talking about the Kingdom ports. Yeah, they got rid of that, Jay, right after we did a video on it. About 4 months after we did a video, they shut that little hack down. Yeah, we used to jump to 2 or 3 kingdoms before you hit C6. You go to your old kingdoms with an alliance that maxed out all the first things, and you wound up gumming your brand new kingdom with, you know, $1,000 worth of free gear. All you had to do is hit C16 to get to player level 16 to put your gear on for free. What kingdom are you in there? What up? I mean, a lot of people are jealous of that because, honestly, the trolls' goal is to establish themselves as trustworthy and the best people ever so that they're in the guidance mode. You know, one thing I hate about the rooms, we can talk about that, for the guy, as I can't hand them to somebody. You can't give somebody control over a room. Oh, Bubba redesigned that kingdom. That was my design. That was the first time that I did a planned kingdom. With no plan. I went to 362 just to get away from 312 trolls. And I invited Koji. That's it. It's the only person I invited from 312 to 362 was Koji. And Koji's like, oh no, I'm not starting over in a new kingdom. I don't want to do it, blah, blah, blah. And then Koji got freaking huge and big. And Koji's a master freaking strategist. I couldn't have built 362 without Koji. Were you in 312 too? The trolls of 312, 362, 592, all the stuff we send in, same people every time. Miller, yeah. Everybody, that used to be the running joke against me, right? Everybody was a Miller. Because I used to use it as a verb. That Miller son of a bitch. The Miller and not Angel, whatever her name was, they went to 362, and then she was sending nude pictures to people trying to get them to zero me in 362. Creep was one of the people she was trying to bribe to zero me in 362. You know, and when Creep got kicked out of his alliance, he was the R5 of the alliance. He dropped out to go kill the Russians one day, trying to play technical wizard, like, I'm not an alliance, I'll kill who I want to. And then the guy he handed the R5 over to, he also handed off all the wonders. Creep had all the wonders at that time, all of them. He gave them all to this one guy so he wouldn't lose them, farting with the Russians. And he handed over all the wonders, dropped his tags. That guy stole that alliance for a year and kept all the wonders until he quit the game. Creep's still friends with that guy. And that guy screwed him over. His name was 𝙂𝙪𝙣. Just absolutely fucked him over. British guy. 𝙂𝙪𝙣 fucked me over, too. You couldn't trust him. Nothing that he said was to be taken at face value. 𝙂𝙪𝙣 was so big, there was just nothing you could do about it. if he wasn't being honest and keeping up to his word, if he decided he was just going to destroy something, he could. He was that big. Yeah. Yeah. Fun guy to talk to. The trolls convinced 𝙂𝙪𝙣𝙈𝙪𝙨 that I was outing a medical problem that he had, and I never did. He zeroed me after I logged off. See, you got to put it in context. What up? I was offline for 2 months when he zeroed me. You got to put it in context. I'd already quit. You mean he kept building up and kept adding gear for 2 months, and then he zeroed me and quit the game the day he zeroed me? Got to put it all in context. Because he lost most of his shit that day, zeroing me. And that was before firewall days. Gotta put that shit in context, man. My 362 account is still playing in 362 today. Still in every KVK, every time. 𝙂𝙪𝙣𝙈𝙪𝙨 is not. How about we put that in context? I'm trying to get my 362 account back. I gave it to an army woman. Gratis. Gave it to her to play because she couldn't afford to build up an account. And she's been playing it. I'm actually trying to ask for it back. Be a son bitch. Can I have my shit back, please? And I really want it back because I gave it away without thinking about being in control of my Gunmuse room. I would like to get back control over that. That's the only reason I want the count back. Was because that account's in charge of that. It's not the castle that I'm worried about. I have 50 castles in Kingdom 362. I have a farm that can make 1 billion RSS a day. You got to remember one thing about the RRG free players over there. The reason they were allowed to be free players, we had 2 bot farms. Lily Fairchild's bot farm, and oh my God, it's like it just decided to start growing, and it's not, but it hurts. Just this pinprick like I'm being poked with a needle on my nose. Like an ingrown whisker or something. We could build up any castle anytime, and it got to where we had so much RSS in our bot farms that we had a dedicated welfare system in 362, where we took everybody that was below, back then it was actually kind of hard to get up to C22 if you were just a free player. We would ask them how many speed ups they had, and if they had enough speed ups, we gave them all the RSS to freaking plow through. We gave them the order in which to upgrade their stuff, and we just kept feeding them RSS until they hit. We had an entire alliance of C26s. And then once everybody was up to C26, we would then push everybody in order up to C30. And then to C35. Right? And it was because my players showed up to KVKs and they wound up building their castles up and having the T9 troops. Back then you could build a lot of troops for free. They brought the filler. We would have 200 people waiting in Kingdom chat, waiting to play in a KVK, waiting to come in there and rotate their troops in. I noticed that the tower calculator has been getting a lot of use lately. And the tower calculator is outdated as shit. But the concept of it is don't bring 5 big players. Lily built me to 26. Right, so I had nothing to do with it, I think is what you're trying to say. Or it was just Lily's farm was ready that week that you went to C26. How about that one? Because we rotated farms every other week because it took a while to build the RSS back up. If you were in my alliance to be built up to C26, you were in my alliance to be built to C26. And we alternated week to week Whose farms? I just got done saying Lily's farm, my farm. Oh my gosh. I get people who ask me for my farming alliance in 362 still to this day. Yeah. I used your iron. It was whatever was available at the time. She wasn't doing, I mean, Lily was the coordinator of the alliance. Lily ran the day-to-day. She got in touch with you. She saw what you needed to get, and then we figured out where we were going to get it from. Okay. Uh, Look, you just don't know what was going on behind the scenes. I'm telling you what was going on behind the scenes now. The the whole point was to make you guys ingratiated to Lily all the time so that it was easier for her to manage. I didn't want her to have any problems. What was your name in 362? Well, you're saying the C26. I remember us pushing people to C30. So why didn't you get pushed to C30? Because I remember it was a big issue when we had one girl who worked really hard at getting people in and out of the KVK Alliance. Oh, okay. All right. So Fireman's very young. Your grandpa was the main player in my alliance. Yeah, you were Lily's pet project. Then you turned on us and went with the the guys with bigger stats. All right. Well, no speed ups. That's well, you were like 9 then, if I remember right, right? You were like 9 years old when we were doing that. So you're like 13 now, 14 now. I don't know. I mean, no, I started a war with HEH when they screwed you over, but that was a war I kind of wanted the excuse for. When they lied, when they broke the nap that you created with them, and then the leader of HEH turned around and broke the nap after you and another R4 got together and created a nap during because we had that problem that after every KVK they went out there and killed players in the kingdom, and I was tired of that shit. And it really was because they were trolls who would just use an excuse for why they were going to kill players in the kingdom to hamper. Yes, but this is part of. You're still too young to understand. This is part. They're part of the game. Those weren't real players. They were people that are part of Guns of Glory that were trying to keep me from taking control of their market. The point was to make my stuff not work. They got vigilant after the WWE event. That's when they started killing all the players in 362 they could kill. Was they couldn't win the legal argument over the WWE event. They tried to sick the lawyers on me and I won. So they just started harassing me in game, out of game, playing around on the freaking thing. And the the trolling that's going on in here already. Do 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 do. All right. No, I have never put myself in a position, their fireman, to if you don't let somebody build you up, they can't tear you down, right? So when you go, if you're going to be an influencer or a reviewer or something like that, and you're going to get a product that you review, and in this case we're talking about Guns of Glory, you can't be beholden to the company that makes Guns of Glory, because then I can't be honest with the audience. And the next project I do, if you won't have any credibility. You've all seen the guy at the top of the ranks at every once in a blue moon that doesn't know shit about Guns of Glory doing his review of it, and he's got 400,000 subscribers on his YouTube channel who took a $2,000 offer to go make a video about Guns of Glory. And then what you don't know is the behind the scenes stuff is that will always get some ranking if somebody buys ads targeted at that video. Because now YouTube has an obligation to get views on that video because somebody went and spent $2,000 to $3,000 to make sure that the ads playing were click here, download Guns of Glory, or Survival, or one of the other games they own. All right. So you hire an influencer to go out and create a video, then you target your ad spend at that video so that your ads are in that video. It's the only way to make installing the game clickable. I have no way of putting a click in the description for you to download Guns of Glory. I had none whatsoever. And if I did, they wouldn't pay me for it. So why would I do it? You know, I would do it if it was something I thought you should be playing. I tell people all the time, this is not a good thing. I didn't say anybody's name. This is just one of the trolls. So this person just outed themselves as a troll. Yeah. They're listening on the live because I didn't call her out by name. I just made a statement. Yeah. Dark Mystic doesn't play anymore. I always appreciated Dark Mystic and his wife. Two very nice people. Dark Mystic was the only person who called me on the phone when I was in the hospital. I want to get right down to it. There's a lot of players who have my personal phone number. Yeah. But Dark Mystic was the only one that called me when I was in the hospital. That's where a lot of people don't realize that a lot of that goes on for GOG. Rip. There's a whole bunch of people where you're playing in the Fun Plus Studio is a studio. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of games. And like, oh, go rank up to C15 in Guns of Glory and we'll give you something free on this in this other game. Right? Hoping to get you addicted to their big spending game. The conflict and the chat box and everything else. Maya is here. The transvestite Maya is there. Yeah, we were pretty sure there was something swinging under that dress. Yeah. Oh, we'll post this up one more time. There you go. One more shot for the people in live, because a lot of Aussies are getting on. And that's one of the reasons I wanted to do this live tonight. You know, is to see how many Aussies we're going to pick up here. You know, I ended up there. I had a game that I liked, and it was the old version of Guns of Glory, but it was actually the old Kingdoms of Avalon, the old KOA. There was hardly none of the graphics you see in today's game was in the old one, and they revamped it in the year 2017. Okay, and it's not the same game. Nothing about it. Your accounts didn't move over. You just literally they ended one game, started another, but they kept the name. And I just wanted to go back and continue playing with my castle in Kingdom of Avalon, and I wound up in the Guns of Glory instead. I said, "Oh, look, Guns of Glory," because I was searching my keyword strategy games, blah blah blah, and I wound up in Guns of Glory. And then I got to playing in that, and there I got into an alliance with an R5. Like, oh, do this, do that, and then I'm looking at it going, that don't make sense. He was just do this, just do that. Him and his wife were running the alliance, and I think about 4 months later, I wound up zeroing them out. Because they felt betrayed that I left the alliance because I didn't like the way they were running the alliance. I didn't shit on them. I didn't badmouth them. Didn't do nothing else. I just went off and I went and joined the #1 alliance in the kingdom at that time. There was only 6 of us C30s because a C30 was a big dog back then. And I was number 6. I wasn't even number 6 in the power numbers. You know, there were C29 and 28s that had more power on the board. I didn't understand how the power worked on the board. I didn't know they were artificial troop numbers. But at the end of the day, my account was stronger than all theirs, and I did not know that. It wasn't until we started doing UACs, which were harder to get into, and I started kicking the shit out of C35s with a regular amount of fire, that I was able to figure out that I knew what I was doing. Well, and I do better on my graphics too, right? My sound is better. My graphics are better. You grow. If you ain't moving up, you ain't moving at all. Yeah, it's you gotta keep moving forward. Look, there's a lot to be learned from Guns of Glory. Don't get me wrong, but what you should be learning is what the different how the alliances break down by languages. They break down by country and region, and they're governing how they think the game should be played based on the government they live within in the world. People lead like they've been led. If you've never had a leader that just built you up to let you do your own thing, you don't know that you can build other people up and let them do their own thing. And that when you need the team will be there. We did that in 3.6.2. We didn't tell anybody what they had to do. The only thing that was a mandate in 3.6.2 was you could not shit talk in KC. I'd have kicked you out of the alliance if you did it. I didn't, and you weren't allowed to be trash talking, belittling women or making rude comments or any of that other shit in my alliance chat either. I'd kick you and burn you for that shit. There had to be the public forums, and I expected a certain amount of respect to be given. When 3.6.2 started, because of those rules, we had this crazy little band of Banshee women. Lily wound up being the leader of them, where we had these 5 Banshee women that went around and killed everybody during the kill events. I never even left the hive. And I had the biggest stats in the hive. They just went around and murdered the shit out of everybody. I don't remember the Game of Thrones, but I always called it Boobs and Dragons. Was big. We had that Calypsy. She sat on the French alliance for like 3 weeks and just kept zeroing them every single day. And then finally one day, somebody in that alliance decided to quit who had built up a C-26 and gave it to her. when she'd been murdering her troops every day. And basically, they come and was like, are you going to stop her from doing that? I said, the guys that are shit talking her in KC, no, I'm not going to stop her from kicking your guys' ass. Kick him out of your alliance. I'll stop her from beating up on your alliance. Until then, I don't care. Run your pie hole, get kicked in the nuts. Sound like a good philosophy at the time. But I'd come from World of Warcraft, and I realized real early on you could not let latchkey little teenage males that may be 30 years old but never learned how to talk to anybody in public, or when no one's looking, they become the lowest brow people you ever met. And I coined the phrase that people out of slapping distance shouldn't be saying rude things. If you ain't got the balls to say it while you're within reach, you shouldn't have the balls to say it, period. And everybody acts like they got the balls to say it within reach, but I can promise you one thing. No one's ever talked to me in real life the way they talk to me online. Even when cops come over here to talk with me, they're very polite. I did tell you guys that in the argument that I got with the one of the tactics that the VA is using now when they get caught not following up on medical things is they are now that we have a red flag law, the red flag law went through Congress, they are immediately writing down in your medical record that you're hostile and a danger to yourself and others. And because you as a citizen have a right to privacy in your medical record. Your doctor can write that down, the FBI won't know it. But in the VA, the FBI knows it. And so but when they take away that right, it's not just your gun right they take away, it's your right to vote. And it's a way of getting 3 million people off the voter rolls that vote conservatively. People don't believe me when I say that, and they're like, it says you're a ward of the state. And in the state of New Mexico, we have a constitutional amendment. If you're a ward of the state, whoever is your ward, the person that in the government that's been put in charge of you, they get to vote for you. So there's one guy casting 10,000 votes. Everybody that's in a nursing home, the head of the nursing home is casting all the votes for everybody laying in bed. By law. Not the way it should be, but it is the way it is. There we go. We got a bunch of people that are coming in from the Kingdom chat. Man, see, I wasn't going to go this late either because I thought, man, I'll start this so late that no one will jump on. What's the playbacks look like? How many people come back to play? We haven't done a lot of GOG. I mean, we've done a lot of GOG politics tonight. Average view duration, 28 minutes. You people are bored as fuck tonight. Normally it's 17 minutes. Holy shit. Well, thank you. For those that are new, make sure you like, subscribe. I do a lot of videos. I don't do short videos. I don't do 10-minute videos. I try to do enough to keep it explained. And the latest round of videos, I am trying to go a little faster than I used to. This last distance video, I was going to discuss that in the live. I had to cut about 12 minutes out of that video because I got sidetracked on constellations for distance damage. Whether or not they were showing up in the report, whether or not constellations affected whether or not the guard was appointed, or if the guard had to be in use, say on your wall or in your march. And I got sidetracked while shooting that video. I did some testing and proved that one number did show up and another one didn't. And then I realized that was way too confusing for a beginner video. So I carved out. And it looks like I just jumped to war books real quick. Cavalry's next. Cavalry damage is next. Next Tuesday, firemen, I'm doing the videos in order of the importance for new players. This is not for people who've been around forever. I'm not going to tell you how to optimize your cavalry for playing at an upper level. That's not what the video is going to be about. I'm going to tell you where to get your banners, your damage, and I'm going to tell you what the importance of cavalry is and what the importance of gameplay is. And more than likely, I'm going to be telling you to avoid it when you're building a new account, because it takes a long time to get your airship. Unless you're one of these people that's going to go into a new kingdom with a long-term goal and kill threats endlessly all day, every day until you open up that leg. And then you got to not only kill threats, but you got to kill, oh my gosh, you've got to do so many of the Red Guard forts to get those legs up. Because cavalry leg is one level higher airship than the rifleman leg. And it's a big jump. It's a lot of engine parts. Doing it as fast as possible using bots and everything, it still took 4 months to open that up. You couldn't even buy enough of those parts when I was building it in 5.9.2 to open that leg up. The limit on the... I was... St. John in 5.9.2 and me were racing to get that wonder to drop, the 5% received damage, army damage reduction, because it's a huge, huge, powerful wonder, especially for somebody who builds up a firewall like I do. But I kept having to hand off those wonders because I was always testing, right? So I just couldn't hold a wonder in 5.9.2. And the trolls were always in Kingdom like, oh, he just wants this wonder back. I'm like, no, I just, every once in a while, I'd get a bug up my ass and go kick somebody's ass that shouldn't have it. So there's the focus on there's no difference between cavalry, distance. There's the trolls again. I know, I'll never get the 4 minutes of my life back. Oh, the drama. Oh my God. Oh, the agony. Does that sound like a new player? Oh, no, nobody's trolling in Kingdom chat. Oh. Save the drama for your mama, 'cause the face ain't listening. Oh, man, look at this. I didn't even promote the fact that we were talking about Guns of Glory today. Figure that one out. We still got all these people in here. Live events done. Man, I can't thank you guys enough. I know a lot of it has to do with the time, and I targeted the Australian crowd tonight for a reason. And save. There's that. That'll do push out. I don't know that the strategy centers were outdated when I did the strategy center video. They're not outdated. It's just that there's no kingdom coordination to using them like there used to be in 3.6.2. I would guarantee you 3.6.2, since I'm not coordinating KVKs there, doesn't use the strategy centers. By saying you're a 14-year-old saying it's outdated. In other words, you're not using it, so therefore it's not relevant, is what I'm hearing you say. That's not true. They still do exactly what they did before. And you need to have alliance leaders positioned around the KVK in order to affect strategies on big players, to affect victories in a way that you can affect them. Uh, the same, the same. Well, what's her name's using a? Oh shit. The what's her name's using a different picture. Where's she at? Not Stone Cold. That's probably Miller. Stone Cold's probably Miller. Uh, finish on my face with the Alliance Ho is recruiting. Maya sounds like fun. The I don't know if this is the Maya they're talking about. 533, we had a Maya player that was a trolling big castle that we finally just had to put down because we couldn't get her to knock the shit off. And then that Maya player showed up in Kingdom 5A8 when I was soloing over there, where I put down 2 of the big alliances in 588 during the startup with my C20 when I was learning how to play with the guards. I go off by myself in random kingdoms to test. You don't know I'm there. I'm some random troll in some random kingdom. I can troll as good as any troll. But usually I focus my vengeance on people that I know are being a pain in the ass. And then no one cares I'm beating them up. Like, yeah, they're dicks. In the back of their mind, they're dicks. The reality that of KVK and KC and any of these other things is 90% of the people who play this game will look at KC, look at their alliance chat, and will not speak. That's not what they're there for. They're just there to kill time, relax. They just want to click some buttons and not think about anything. So the guns of glory, the fun plus philosophy that they need to create arguments and drama is not why people play games. You do not get away from your work in your real life to go in there and listen to somebody else's bullshit, right? That's why when I'm always off in my own alliance doing my own thing when I'm dealing with how to fix bullshit in the game, things that aren't working right, things that I know there's in the back of my mind there's a fix to it somewhere, and I don't need everybody to be chattering away in my ear while I'm trying to think about something that's not on the surface. Because noobs are welcome, but if you're a noob who will be easily influenced by those fools that try to spread the word of nap like they spread the word of the Bible, then denied. Well, finish on my face, love. The word is noob. N-E-W-B. Stands for new body. It's a military term that gamers haven't figured out how to spell because they're 14-year-old boys and they're thinking boobs when they say noobs. So you don't know the name of the terminology that you're using when you're trying to act all military and strategy and sound cool. New bodies, new recruits, like grunts. A grunt is an acronym. Ground or place unit not trained. G-R-U-N-T. Noob is another military. New body. They're military terms. Been around for 100 years. Today's kids are too lazy to know how to spell freaking common terms. Because usually when you get into these strategy games, you're going to get a lot of military people who... That's what we used to have in 362. We had a bunch of us military people that were in charge of different alliances. So the strategies worked good, and everybody understood the tactics. And there was a dedication to teaching them to new players. The ejection button. The injection button will kill a freaking rally. Right? So I was telling you that the VA, they called the VA called the local cops over here because they wouldn't issue my prescriptions, right? And the cop that showed up at my studio, come knocking on the door. They're like, we got called for a welfare check. So well, come on in. I hadn't come on, sent in. I actually was in Africa with this guy. He was in the Marine Force Recon. I was in the Navy. Marine Force Recon worked underneath the 2 Marines that were on board my ship. So I spent 5 years on the same ship, 2 years in the Navy, and the last 2.5 years with the Marine Corps. Because I had a very unique job that didn't exist in the military yet. Got to remember, there weren't computers yet. And we were building interactions with computers to uplink satellites so that Washington could be in charge remote control wise. That stuff just didn't exist. We were building over the horizon launch systems, shit like that. And I was on a Gator, so we were always hanging out in the Marines. I ran one of the biggest poker games in the fleet. I had my own little casino down in one of the storage rooms, like it was a World War II movie. And we're talking about payday stakes type things. You could lose an entire month's pay in one of my poker games in 20 minutes. I made $12,000 a year, including combat pay back in the early 90s. That's how much we got paid. But I walked away with $70,000 a year at the end of the year playing pool and playing poker. You didn't want to play pool with me in town either. I'm very good at geometry. Yeah. The ejection button is still the most powerful strategy. That's why you have to have people on. People have got to build up their you got to have farm, back when the days when we used to use farm bots, it was easy to, me and Lily, we had multiple farms and you could bot to donate the damn gunpowder. So our strategy centers were always full. It's one of the other reasons we built up the bot farms is it allowed us to play KVK at a level that you could play. So you had a great big top coiner in another kingdom against us that were only spending $800 each. They launch a mega rally. You eject the leader's castle just before it hits, and the rally goes splat. All of a sudden, that kingdom just lost most of its good troops. It is the most powerful weapon in the arsenal. Because the mega rally is no longer a mega rally, it's just a rally. Splat. That's simple strategy. Still works. The second next one would be the freeze. So say you got players that are bouncing back and forth between kingdoms. They got one big player that's really leading rallies on the attack and rallies on the defense. Freeze them in one kingdom for a while. Black market. I ran a nice black market too. When I went to work for the Marines, we get a budget to go buy cleaning supplies, mops, stuff like that for a cruise. So it's like a cash budget. You just go down and make a shopping list. You go down and buy it for the next 6-7 months that you're going to be gone. And I come back with $4,500 worth of coveralls. And I didn't ask. The only people I worked for was a gunner and a gunner's gunny and a gunner. I had a chief warrant officer 3 and what we call a chief petty officer in the Navy, but a gunny. That was the only 2 Marines I worked for. And then I had 20 Marines that worked under me. Go camping in hate. So I bought all those coveralls, and then he was like, but we need paint, we need mops. I was like, we'll get all that shit when we get out to sea. And you could trade a pair of coveralls. You could pay a pair of $30 coveralls, because coveralls were expensive. $30 coveralls. There used to be ways out of the bubble. I don't know if that's true anymore. I think they fixed it at one point. I remember they were patching stuff when we were farting around in 592 because we were dinking around with moving wonders around, and people would try and freeze me to see if they could steal a wonder, and I was always set up in I was always prepared for that kind of stuff. You're not gonna freezing me in place means you're gonna have to deal with me where I'm at, right? Means I can't chase you when you freeze me in place by teleporting, but it doesn't mean I can't speed across the map with 14,000 gold and smack your ass upside the head. A coiner's a coiner at that point. It doesn't matter. Uh, it's limited thinking. It's like playing 3D chess, right? Or we're gonna freeze him in place, and he can't teleport next to me to hit me. I can speed a march before your first red light comes on. That's just the way that works. Everybody's had it happen to them, me included. The coiner's a coiner. Maxed, and that's a saying from Dark Mystic. Maxed is maxed. When Dark Mystic hit me and lost his march, and then we started talking about what I was doing and how I was doing it for defensives, he goes, max is max. 82 to 85. I figured that's what it was. Yeah. You were in that Great War of Grenada. We invaded an island full of women wearing bikinis. Who knows the worldwide political significance of Grenada? Why was it important to world politics? Ding dong ding. Ding. It was the first time communists lost territory in 100 years. Was when we took the island of Grenada. To that date, we had fought many, 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 many wars and never gave up 1 inch of ground. The communists never lost an inch of ground. They didn't lose an inch in Korea. They didn't lose anything in Vietnam. Hurry up and wait. Oh man, but man, during the 80s, Reagan made it so everybody had brand new, nice, shiny bullets. Reagan was old enough to remember what happened at the beginning of World War I. It's not stated enough on the History Channel so that young kids understand why we keep buying weapons. And that is, during the first 6 months after attack by the Japanese, our torpedoes wouldn't explode. Our anti-aircraft shells didn't work. For 6 months, every bullet we fired was a dud because they'd been built in the 1920s. They were outdated. All the battleships that got sunk in Pearl Harbor were 25 years old. They did not sink the battleship Missouri. They did not sink the New Jersey. These things were every time they talk about a battleship, they always show that picture. You couldn't have sunk the Missouri with what they brought in there. The battleships they sunk were so old, they were just completely outdated. If we'd have had them, if they hadn't attacked those battleships at Pearl Harbor, but had attacked Pearl Harbor and nothing was there to kill, the 3,000 to 4,000 people that we lost in Pearl Harbor would have been closer to 20,000 had they been lost on the high seas when the submarines went after them. Because the people that died in the Pearl Harbor attacks would have been 1,000 people on each battleship out at sea. There was hardly anybody on the ships when they got sank. The arch. Well, that's World War I, isn't it? Archduke Ferdinand. Man, we were having an argument about that with the guys from Turkey who didn't understand that they were the reason World War I started. Yeah, we were arguing one day about how Turkey couldn't keep their pie holes shut throughout history. The Yeah, but that's one of the reasons Reagan come in there and bought, you know, the joke in the 80s was Reagan, you know, when you're in the military, you were underpaid, but everybody had a brand new shiny bullet. Because Reagan replaced all the ammunition that was outdated. Oh my gosh. See, they're not supposed to be able to do that because of all the icons that they're doing. There you go. These guys don't come in here until I've been up for a long time. There must be something about my live math in the logarithm. These guys come in at a certain time. How long have we been up here? We're losing ground on the viewer time. You guys are getting bored. It's late. I'm losing all my East Coast guys. Where's the time? See, that says scheduled for 2:56 a.m. It's only midnight here now. That's because my clock was wrong. YouTube reads my computer's clock, which was wrong. Do you know the same guy has been in charge, the same family, rather, has been in charge in Europe for almost 450 years, and he's the head of the European Union now. Same family. When Trump went and killed the Russians in Syria, the head of the European Union, their family probably should be removed from the face of the earth. That family has had power for almost 400 years. They have been behind every conflict, including the Civil War in the United States. The 90 of the generals in the Civil War of the United States were European generals. There's a whole lot of history left out until you get into the guys who write real history because they think people somewhere somebody should write it down. Yeah, especially if you get into the tactics of war. Yeah, yeah, it's they profit from war. Their family for 400 years has profited from war. I mean, all the way back to the damn, you know, Napoleon days. Uh, and before that, I mean, literally going back to the Middle Ages, or before the 1500s. I think the 1500s. Yeah. I saw for the first time there is a World War II uh, history thing on Netflix, and it was the first time I ever saw them out the Kennedys, specifically Joe Kennedy, for the reason he never became president was not because he was a bootlegger, which is what everybody thinks was happening. But because he conspired with the Nazis. That's how Joe Kennedy was ousted from being one of the next presidents. He got caught working with the Nazis against England and against the United States. And I don't know that it was so much against the United States as much as he got caught and publicly outed. That's why there's so much animosity against, oh my God, my brain's just going dead. The leader of World War II for the England, so much animosity against him. He outed the traitors that were trying to hand over Europe to the Nazi thinking. And another way of saying Nazi is, if you wanted to say Nazi today in proper terms, you would say progressive, eugenics. I mean, we just got into the politics of it with Roe v. Wade, right? eliminated Roe v. Wade. And then all of a sudden, all the progressive like, oh my God, you took away our right to abortion. No, we took away the federal government's right to abortion. That's who lost the right to abortion. Individuals did not. But Roe v. Wade solidified Buck versus Bell, which if the government deems you to be a burden to the state, they can kill or castrate you. Roe v. Wade came about in 1973 and solidified the government's program of putting abortion centers on Indian reservations. And when an Indian woman went in for an abortion, they sterilized her. Winston Churchill, that's who I was thinking about. Thank you, DJ. So Roe v. Wade came along and solidified abortion as a right, and everybody misreads it as an individual right because all other rights are individual rights. It wasn't an individual right. It was the right of the government that was being reinforced. So since Roe v. Wade, and you used to see this on the news every once in a while, a judge today turned around and ordered a woman's tubes tied because she had too many welfare kids and wasn't taking proper care of them. The government ordered you sterilized. Nobody went, the government can order my reproductive organs cut out? They didn't even argue that that was illegal, because it's not. It actually is valid law. It is validated law. I don't think it's valid law. The well, we can simplify it down. Garrett, we can simplify it down. Take it easy, what up? You should have been in bed a while back. Past your bedtime. Later on, fireman, man. Glad you came along. Fireman, when fireman was too young to be in the 362 Alliance. And then he was the grandson of one of my other players, and he was a free player, so we were already. And they said, well, he wants to bring his grandson along. And I said, that's fine. And I told all the R4s at the time, I said, look, he's 9 years old. You guys, if you're going to let him stay, and I made it their responsibility if he got to stay in the Alliance. I don't want to see any trash talk. I don't want to see any foul mouth. We are not there to teach kid bad manners. And I made him Lily's personal project. So she mamaed fireman. So I know that's why he's like, he's sticking. Well, Lily made, yeah. Lily made sure she took care of fireman. He was the Alliance mascot for a long time. And because I was on a public channel, we made damn sure we weren't talking about how we were talking to minors online. There are COPA laws. That's one of the reasons it's really one of the reasons I'm very adamant about it. There are COPA laws. I can legally get in trouble if we're talking to if how we talk to minors or how we talk around minors. This channel is rated for adults only. You're supposed to be 18 to even view the channel. So I can't be held liable for people who cheat. Yeah. Well, that's what we were talking about the SEC going after crypto. They're trying to create case history law before there's a law to make case history on. Instead of going to Congress and saying, hey, the Commodities Exchange Commission should be writing some regulations. There's no government. Now, see, and I want to do it. I want to do it for the gaming stuff that we got going on. I want to create a crypto to where we have our own coin that we spend in-game, out-of-game. It's got some monetary value. People can buy and trade it on the exchange markets. You can mine it up. You can earn it like real money. But there's no rules for me to follow. The only rule is now if I go out and do it, now in the United States, if it's not against the law, it's legal. Unless you've got a great big government agency full of lawyers who sue you because they can. Then they're just suing you to see who goes broke first, and they're never going to go broke first. They got a blank check, right? So when they lose a lawsuit, they just file another lawsuit. And they're hoping to get a judge to reach way over the line for them to word something in some weird way that the judge will go, oh, yeah, I see your point. And then they call that precedence, and then they move the ball forward with another lawsuit. Well, look, I'm not opposed to taxes. But I've also said one thing. If I have to cheat to eat, me and my government are going to have a very physical communicational talk. The minute I have to hide my money to put food on my table, you're not my government anymore. I'm your slave. And I dare say, I've talked about slavery a bunch in the past. People are not looking at the word slavery properly anymore. We changed the meaning of words. And quite frankly, they have enslaved a bunch of us. The minute the COVID stuff came out, there were 7 states that turned around and shut down every business to force people to put masks on. Shut them down. Put people out of work. I'll tell you what you haven't seen, what's not on the news, but I'm having to deal with it here, as I'm building the stuff back up for the video stuff. The phone companies, Verizon, T-Mobile, and AT&T have gone out of their way to start listing modems they will not allow to connect to their network to prevent rural and remote home businesses, the businesses that started up under COVID, to attach their network. When people figured out that they didn't need a great big corporate structure to make money, that they were just happy living in their house, they could work for less money when they didn't have the expense to driving to work, dealing with people's bullshit at work, and they can make just as much money being a private contractor or more being a private contractor for less money. Koji was one of them. Koji realized that him going to work, what he had to pay for child care was more than he made that month. So if his wife didn't work, he didn't make money. I don't know what Koji's doing now, but at one point, when they laid him off, he's like, shit, I got more money than I've ever had. Because they laid him off. He wasn't paying for child care. And that wasn't the first time I had that problem with a Canadian. When I built one of the first search engines, my primary programmer, it was a name named Kevin Avidoff, we built the PR News search engine and the Gunmuse search engine. And this was before Google existed. We were powerful. We were giggling like little schoolgirls when we built that search engine. We called it a counterfeiting machine. We literally printed money from thin frickin' air, just allowing people to pay for ads in our search. Google back then didn't have anybody paying for ads in their search yet. Then, when they turned around and decided to put pay-per-click in Google, Google sued everybody that had pay-per-click, including me, for daring to violate their patent on pay-per-click, as if they invented math, rankings, and auction-style events. They invented none of those things, and they weren't even the first one to use it online. We didn't file a patent on our stuff because it's 8th grade math. Everybody has taught it. It's the web. Everybody can see it. There was nothing complicated about a search engine. It's just mystery magic to people who don't understand that it's not as complicated as you think it is. The complications in search engines get into when people are manipulating search results. That's when it gets complicated because there's billions of dollars to be had being at the top of ranks of search engines. PR News Now was the #2 news agency in the world. I was a sole owner. And the day John McCain suspended his election, I went from 26 million readers a day to 0 overnight. $250 a month. That sounds cheap. That is super cheap. Yeah, but AT&T won't let, okay, so, hold on. I got one sitting around here somewhere. Oh, goddamn, my legs don't work. Ugh. All right, where is it? I don't know what I did with it. Man, I got shit laying everywhere. I put it up. Okay, so what I'm broadcasting and streaming on now. So we used to not do lives because by law in the state of New Mexico, by law, a upload speed is limited to 2 megabytes. Okay. You can get away with that for a live, but it's not quality live. I can send 20 megs up on the system I got now because I use this thing called a Mophie. Okay. This is an industrial modem that talks to the cell phone company. You know, like those little pucks you buy from the cell phone company? These things are $600. All right. But it's better than having a fiber optic cable in your building. So I get 50 megs of upload speed and 30 megs of download speed. I should be getting 100 megs of download speed. But my phone company provider for my SD card just informed me that I'm on AT&T right now, that they are blacklisting Mophies. Now, I'm supposed to be grandfathered in because I got a Mophie already in here. Said, well, they're not going to make you buy another, but they won't let any of their new customers use a Mophie. Because with the Mophie on 5G, and I'm glad I got a 5G Mophie. I don't have 5G on my Mophie yet. I have 5G on my phone, but I can't connect the 5G on my Mophie yet. AT&T hadn't turned that on for modem connection. I guess they're going to be turning it on. But they want to eliminate the modems that would give me gig up, gig down, because my Mophie will give me a gig up, gig down if they turn it on at the tower. I've got, you see these little antennas. I don't even use those little antennas. I've got aerial antennas on top of the roof that are directional antennas pointed at the... Yeah, but see, Kyle, I can't get that here. And there's one of the political problems when they talk about infrastructure and let's put internet in. So all the people who had 200 megabyte per second connections didn't need a faster connection. They love to hear they got a faster connection, but you're not using your gig up, gig down because servers aren't going to use the gig up, gig down. I'm not going to let you download a file from my server at 1 gig per second. Just not going to let you do it. Because when you ramp up the speed that fast inside the server, the chips get really freaking hot for a few seconds, and then they cool back down. So unless you have a constant stream of users constantly pulling at 1 gig per second in your 1 gig cards, you have a heat up and cool down situation industrially. And then you have this high chip failure. If the chips were to get 100 degrees Celsius and stay there all the time, they'd work just fine. But what they can't do is go to 100 degrees Celsius and drop back down to 30 degrees Celsius and go back up to 100 and drop down to 30. The cycling makes the hardware break. So it's an industrial problem. So when we talk about putting 1 gig per second in your home, right, and we don't restrict it via the modem, what winds up happening is if my modem pulls 1 gig per second on their industrial equipment and it lets me, I'm heating up their chip, and if there's not another user directly behind it to keep the chip hot, I'm cycling their hardware, and it has a hardware cost for them. Industrial hardware cost. It's very expensive. Premature breakage. Not just for them, but for me too. The heat cycling, it's not enough that the stuff gets hot, but it has a lot to do with the heat on it. But they're really restricting the ability of somebody to run a business in their home. But most businesses don't need a lot of bandwidth. If you got 2 megabytes of upload, that's good for 99% of the people who are quote unquote running a business. You don't need business class internet. A regular home internet for $50 a month is just fine. And like you said, if you got fiber to the house, now one of the things, now you got fiber to the house, it will speed test at a gig up, gig down. What it won't do is let you drop a server in your house and run it remotely. If I had a gig up, gig down in this room that would run a gig up, gig down all the freaking time, I would have more servers in this room. Running 24/7. Oh yeah, we still have dial-up out here in some places. The place I got out south of town, I would build a building out south of town to run. Well, this is one of the reasons I got into the Mophie technology, right? Was I put a Mophie in at my parents' house out south of town, and my mom is tickled. She now can watch all her TV shows when she wants to, no commercials. But I did it just to test whether or not I'd get away with it, because my prop at the other end of the I got 27 acres just down the road from them, and I'm thinking about putting a building out there for all my crypto, and I'm thinking about digging trenches to bury pipes underground so that I can pre-cool the air sucked into the building, so that when I'm running all the fans for the machines, I'm running passive cooling in the 110 degree heat. And then I've got an area out there on the piece of property I own that there's an underground river just about 40 feet down. So I was going to buy a backhoe and dig deep, deep down and make them pipes touch that underground river, so that I had and then fill it back in, and I had a constant cooling system that it really wouldn't matter how much air I drew through there, because the liquid cooling would be huge. If this dip in the crypto, which was planned and protect, is the worst dip that we're going to see for 4 years, and I think it is, I made money during the dip. My lowest month was January at 140 bucks, and I'm back up over $1,800 a month as of right now. That's one of the reasons I don't play so much in the damn gaming stuff anymore, guys. I get paid to play with the crypto. It's just as fun and entertaining for me to watch the stats on the crypto as it is to play with the game. It's math to me, right? Guns of Glory is not a game of graphics. I want to pretend that I'm a 15th century French lord. No, it's about the math. Yeah, that's my interest in it. And me teaching you guys is your interest in me. And what I teach you is the math. And now I'm sitting here thinking about it. Now I want to look at it. Yeah. Yep, I made $3 since it went live on my crypto. I'm not doing anything. These are just bots I set up. And Bitcoin is down. Well, that has to do with the politics. And you want to follow the politics? When they say we're going to put internet in rural areas, they always put it in town. They lie. Right? That's where the customers are. You got to remember, at the end of the day, it's a private company putting the internet in. It's not the government. And they're not going to build infrastructure where there are no customers. So in a rural area, you've got how many customers per mile? Nothing. Whereas running down an alley, you're going to get 25 customers for 3 days' work and some fiber. So your return on that 3 days' work and fiber is, well, That's what I plan on doing, Garrett, on the geothermal. That's why I was talking about digging underground. Yeah, I'm because I got a river right underneath that property. I mean, all I got to really do is dig down about 10 feet and lay enough pipe down there to suck the air through. But I have a concern with it as hot as it gets out. Lakewood, New Mexico is 15 miles south of here. When it's 108 in Artesia, it's 117 in Lakewood. It is 8 degrees hotter. And in the winter, it's about 8 degrees colder than it is in town. I do mind crypto 24/7. You can't hear it in this room, Garrett, but I got almost a terahash of freaking stuff running in the room. I just have very good sound filters. I've got my studio set up so that your mic can't hear. Hold on. I can do this. We'll go here, idle tools. You know what? Go back to Live GOG. And then we're going to go to, I'm going to add a source, video capturing device, add source. I've been farting with this stuff. Desktop down cam, add source. Now the question is, do I have that even plugged in? It is plugged in. Well, right now, you know what? Properties. There we go. I don't know why I did. Oh, all right. Okay, so close. Hold on. I got this camera to work actually upside down is what it is. Nope, that's not right. I had it working upside down. Man, I got a whole farm over there. See all them fans up there, the industrial freaking S9s, and then what you can't, so I got, shit, I got almost a terahash of mining equipment sitting over there running in the same room. You go to any other crypto chaining and hear your fans going, and I'm just here to tell you about my day in here. Spend a half an hour on your sound filters and that problem goes away. I mean, I do lives on it. You just don't know it's running. Hey, look at there. Now I can see it. Stuff. Hell, I'll leave it like that just so I can do other stuff. We can look around the rest around the studio. See, I got big screen TV up there. Got other monitors down here. I got the phones on the desk that I'm playing the game on. Keyboards. There's the other camera that's always looking at me. Yeah. And then you see the big shiny piece of the metal over here. You see the solar over on the right hand side of the wall. You see my electrical panels open up, and I got holes in the wall because I am piping solar to feed my crypto mine right here in town. I'm just doing this to see what it takes to know what I would need to build it out in a more industrial fashion. I'm at the point that I'm making enough money that I could spend a couple $3,000 a month on infrastructure and it not cost me a dime to do it. Well, the headphones, see, I always wear a headset. These are noise canceling headsets. No. This is an HS70 headset. It's got one of the best microphones that you can buy for professional microphones. They were expensive headsets. Now they're down to like $70 on Amazon. There's an HS80 out, but I don't know that I would assume that an HS80 is better than an HS70. It's a different part number. Just because the number is bigger doesn't mean it's better. Like NVIDIA is coming out with a 4000 series graphic card. They cost more, they are newer than a 3000 series graphics card. They are not better. And I can tell you for a fact, all these idiots out there telling everybody to run NVIDIA cards for mining are just that, idiots. One guy copied another guy, and none of them knew what they were talking about. They got in front of a camera and told people to do what they learned to do by watching somebody else's video, and all wanted to be professional YouTubers, telling everybody how to do this and that and whatever. I'm running a 3090 in this gaming machine now for video stuff. The NVIDIA 3090 is outstanding for what I'm doing right here, right now. It is a horrendous mining card, but they got to be $3,000 to $4,000 because of mining uses. Oh, it'll run 200 mega hash. And on paper, it would have made you $2,000 last year if you started at the beginning of the year mining ETH with one and mined all the way through the year. You would have made money. But you were paying somebody else to make that money. It was never worth what you paid for it. The cards I got sitting over there now are 5700 XTs. You can pick one up for under $300 on eBay. These old used cards. They're better than the new cards. The new 7000 series might be better, but I haven't got one to test it. On paper, it might be better. But the 5700 XTs, $300, they're paid off in 3 months. When you could have mined ETH. ETH dies next month. It goes from proof of work to proof of stake. And I was in ET as well. I know you hear me talk about being with the Marines. I built the JOT system, the Joint Operational Tactical System. And I can tell you right now, as an electrician, you're an electrician, not electronics. But electricians, electronics, one of the common illnesses where you have these weird medical problems, if your body gets bombarded with the electrons that surround wires, and it changes the shape of their blood cells. It's a known illness, and no one tests for it anymore. Freaking impossible to get anybody to test for it. My grandfather died from it. It's a form of leukemia. They do have a cure for it. It's one of the leukemias they actually have a cure for. But if you were a welder or a high voltage electrician, worked around a lot of electricity, electricians don't usually work around electricity. You pull a lot of wire. So I'm just jumping to a conclusion. But don't be afraid to go to somebody that's a leukemia specialist. I can't remember the name of the leukemia, but it changes the shape of your blood cells, and there's like a 3-shot process to counteract that alteration. And it's about 25% of the population cannot be around high-end electricity without having their blood cell. 3070s are efficient in the NVIDIA world. There are no 5700s. My 5700s will do 80 watts at 60 mega hash. There's a reason I'm going to be able to put them on solar. AMD has had the lowest energy use of any chip for as long as AMD has been in existence. Intel has been sued by 31 governments for threatening people who dare to sell AMD products next to Intel. Intel's our power pigs. They are terrible chips. Intel has bullied, manipulated the market to selling their product for as long as they've been selling product. They have never been as good as an AMD product. I would tell you, Garrett, if you're having random illness problems, look into it. That's enough. Those lines pump a lot of amperage, which means the field around them is pretty high. Look, people who stand next to their coils when they're a welder all day, it's a common ailment. Pipeliners rarely get past the age of 50. They just start randomly getting sick. And because they travel to do work, they just stop showing up to jobs because they're sick all the time. And because they're private contractors most of the time, no one knows what's happening to them. But that's because I worked on high radiation radars. I mean, we're talking about radars. Remember back when you used to have a switch to turn on your printer, the old dot matrix printers? There was so much radiation coming off the antenna of a radar. When they first put printers in the fire control radar room, hooked up to a computer, every time somebody opened the door, it would turn on the printer, even though the switch was physically turned off. That's how much radiation was in that room. And we used to laugh about it. Yeah, that happens. In my radar room, there was enough stray radiation to keep the lights on 24/7. Whether the lights are on or off, it would keep the fluorescent bulbs lit. It's I want to just rubber stamp what you said there, Garrett, but it's not. Shouldn't say the VA. We shouldn't. I just got to bitching at my primary care at the VA. I made her read me back what she did 2 months ago or a year ago. And I said, because I know what the doctor that they sent me to locally called me up on the phone and already diagnosed me on the phone. And I said, that's not what I came to you for. She read it back. It's not what she'd said. It's not what she'd sent over to community care, a politically appointed person who controls the flow of money. This new bill the VFW just endorsed publicly is a money laundering operation for the Democrats. The personnel are already in place. My local medical provider was asked to pay a third-party person 10% of my bill. You should be also running for school board too, Garrett. If you're going to do all that, run for the local school board. I was going to run for the school board over here, and this was before all this school board shit hit the news. But I had this feeling in the back of my mind, because the position with the seat for where I live was opening up to run for the school board. And I went and talked to a couple of the parents who have kids in the school, said, what would you think about supporting me? Because they're active with their kids. Support me run for school. I was like, well, really should be somebody who's got a kid in school. And then after the stuff hit the news and the election was over, they're going, oh my God, we wish we'd have supported you to do that because you'd have gone in there and shut their ass down. I said, that's why I was thinking about running, is I don't have a kid in the fight. No, my kid can't get harassed in school while I protect all the kids from other people in the school board. You know, that was my thinking of why I would run for school board, was I could be honest about when it needed to be done. And I remember the kids in my school. I remember a guy that threatened a teacher because his mom was on the school board. Just shouted at him, and my mom's on the school board and I'll have your ass. That kind of shit. It goes both ways. And I remember that kind of thinking, and I'm like, yeah, that's never going to happen because I don't have a kid that's in school. I don't have a kid. Especially schools. I mean, it is everything now. I tell you where people don't pay attention, and that is the bond issues. I'd be definitely. Yeah, that's what you got to do, man. When we were doing the VFW stuff, where we would give a kid $1,000 for winning an essay contest in 4th grade. All right, imagine this. Write us an essay, you know, for all the kids in the area, and we're only talking about a couple hundred students. One of the kids was going to win $1,000 and be sent to the state, and his essay was going to be sent forward to the state where he could win another $1,000 if he was picked out of the winners of the locals. Way better than a spelling bee, right? We would get these essays about how the cops are going to beat me because I'm brown. I mean, you could not believe that 4th graders were the shit that was coming out of their mouths had to be taught to them. It sounded like leftist fucking bullshit that wasn't in reality. No cop had beaten anybody in our cities. So how did we have 30 kids in the same class thinking that it did happen? You know, we weren't there when they wrote the essays. And the grammar was so bad. And it was just, everything was so bad. It was like, it really was sad that we had to pick a winner because we didn't want anybody to win with what we saw. And I remember the man, I had pictures of it there one time. It was a young black kid that won the state thing. And quite frankly, there was something wrong with my camera. I filmed his speech. You just swore he was a 40-year-old man, not a 10-year-old kid, because he spoke with passion and you believed every word he said. And whether somebody helped him with his speech or not, you knew he knew. And it was an inspiring speech by a 10-year-old kid. I mean, when you get a room full of 60-year-old men crying and you're 10 years old, you've done good. You know, choking me up just thinking about that speech. You know, I don't want to poo-poo you, man, but I don't think that's true anymore. To fight it from the inside. Look, in the VA, one of the first things they do when I say, no, that's not right, can we do what you're required to do instead of what you're telling me you're going to do? They send me over to a patient advocate. And at that point, we wind up in a different argument where it's always, there's only 3 patient advocates hired at the Amarillo VA. I've never spoken to the same one twice because they don't last there long. And probably because after I've had a talk with them, I said, do you understand the definition of the word advocate? I literally make them Google it up and read it to me on the phone. I said, okay, so you're supposed to represent my side of the argument while standing in that room so that I don't have to drive up there and do that. You're my advocate. You're not the VA's advocate. They may be paying your salary, but at the end of the day, the woman running community care calls up the union rep and fires the advocate. Gets them removed in under 90 days for cause because they are not just listening to the political appointee who has told them to go back and tell the patient what I told you to say. That's not. They have no say. I'm going to completely disagree with you, Garrett. I have never had a patient advocate in the Amarillo VA who has not come back 5 minutes later and repeated what the community care person said when the community care person, and people don't understand what the community care person is doing. So your primary care goes and says, I need him to go get an MRI. The community care person schedules that MRI. Then a film is sent back, not to the doctor who's going to read the MRI, but sent back to community care. They forward it to the doctor that's going to read the MRI. Okay? So the political appointee is a buffer in both directions of communication. I now have in my possession the film that they took and the film that they delivered were two different films. Man, Garrett, are you in my Discord? I tell you, I just posted up a video from 3 years ago from down in Florida where they always have that news reporter that goes out and busts the people that are doing wrong inside government. And the VA was refusing to admit a patient who was screaming in pain from neurological disorders. The same ones that I'm suffering from. And I just got kicked out of the local hospital here on Wednesday because they called the VA, and the VA told them, the VA told them, or the ER doctor calls the frickin' VA and it says, the primary care's got its meds under control. Meanwhile, I've spent the last 2 months arguing with my primary care that the meds hadn't showed up. So they're lying to the ER that they gave me the meds and I'm trying to get extra. But I made the ER write down that the VA said they gave me the meds. Now I got a timeline. And it's sad that I've got to use emergency room as a legal proceeding to bust people who are lying about care they're not providing. I miss what they were saying there. I saw my name. Oh, what's going on here? Weird. Yeah, so I don't want you to think for a second that a patient advocate has power. They have no authority. But I also don't want you to think that what I'm seeing represents all VAs, but I can promise you that it's in the Arizona VA because that was the national news story about waiting in line to die. It's in the Albuquerque VA, and it's in the Amarillo VA. And if you want to get right down to the racist reason it's in those three VAs, we have more Hispanics and Mexicans in those VAs than we do anywhere else. Gets right down to the eugenics. We got to kill all the brown people. It's where we pull all the veterans down here are brown. And they tend to milk the systems, to be honest. I'm telling you right now, it's eugenics. You don't have to believe what they believe, but you better believe that they believe it. They act upon it. And in these areas, they stop distinguishing between brown and white. They just are disrupting and trying to kill everybody. If you get right down to the number of stuff that's been interrupted by the community care, that woman is using the disruption of medical tests as a weapon to try and kill me. I'm kind of surprised I haven't had an aneurysm already. Well, that's true. But again, it's about where the VA is. I mean, sometimes you get these country rock VAs that we get away with it. Some doctors don't give a damn. They're gonna do what they're supposed to do. There are rules to not recommend certain things. And you know what they did? We used to have one of those. Dr. Farmer, our local doctor down here, when my back first started going out, I used to go down there and, they still say there are open hours at VA clinics from 7 to 9 in the morning. You don't need an appointment. Just go in there and get the care you need. That doesn't exist. The secretary will tell you when you walk in the door, we don't have open hours no more. Yet every public announcement on the radio, and yes, we've got open hours from 7 to 9. That's a lie to the public. Hey, the care's there for our vets. We promise you. It's not there. It doesn't exist. It's a lie. Used to go down there and get shots in my back to numb it up for 2 or 3 months so I could be mobile. Then they took away the ability to give shots. That doctor couldn't issue a Band-Aid. The reason being is he was doing his job for people they didn't want him to do the jobs for. Well, you start throwing the word New World Order in there and you lose people with the tinfoil hat thinking. Yes, it is a worldwide movement for eugenics. Has been for over 100 years. It has big government backing. Planned Parenthood has successfully eliminated 12% of the black population in the last 30 years in the United States. That's just a fact. The fact that I say they successfully done it means I think they plan to do that. You know, that's an opinion. But I can tell you for a fact they have effectively done it. And they target the poorest and blackest neighborhoods where they stick the clinics. That's why they threw a fit when Roe v. Wade was overturned. Is in some states they said, you know what, we're not going to allow that. Who is the Missouri senator? They went after him because one of the news reporter asked him, says, you would deny the woman the right to abortion even if she was raped? And he said, yes, I would. Because his religious belief was all life is precious. And he point blank said, it says, the child, you know, he believed life begins at conception. All life is precious. It is literally a Buddhist philosophy, not a Christian philosophy. He stated it in front of a camera, and they shit on him. Meanwhile, going, everybody should be Buddhist and Zen and blah, blah, blah. You know, you hate the Buddhist philosophy. You love the Buddhist philosophy. You just don't like the Buddhist statements when it comes out of a Christian's mouth. Because of the Christians. You know, the patriotic movement in the early 1900s was a eugenics movement to replace religion with patriotism. Rally around the grand old flag was to replace God with state. Literally a communist movement. It didn't, I mean, what was it, just 10 years ago, they're like, oh my God, people are 5 times more likely to vote Republican if they see the American flag. So they started trying to ban the American flag everywhere they could. You know, that crap was going on. It's very, more than likely the people who count the votes in most states right now, and even conservative states, the money was rounded up by George Soros. These aren't views. These are just facts. I mean, you look at the facts. You go, would I want to do that? And I say no. So I'm not expressing my views on things. It's just I looked at what was there, and I just don't agree with it. See, I'm not opposed to abortion as an individual right. I don't want to do it. That's, again, I think that's a moral issue. And I think if you're going to live in a free country, we have a free choice, you have the right to be very low moral. Until those low morals are pushed upon me because I don't share your low morals. Thus enters the COVID phase of you will do what we told you to do and how we told you to do it, regardless of the facts. The fact that there was no shooting during COVID, you know, it just come out that they were just asking the question about the 5 FBI agents who set up a campaign to kidnap the governor of, not Minnesota, Michigan, which was the same scam they pulled in the Clinton years. It wasn't even a new, we got a bunch of guys with guns trying to take over the government scam. It was FBI agents. None of the people, there's video and audio records, none of them guys wanted to do it. And literally the FBI agents bullied people into being certain places and at certain times trying to fake that bullshit kidnapping. It was beyond entrapment at every level. But yet, those guys spent 6 months in jail with the FBI forcing them to do something they didn't want to do because they thought they were joining a militia group to deal with tyrannical oppression. Meanwhile, the tyrannical oppression was the militia group because the government was in charge of it. How ironic. Yeah, but that same scam, that same blown up plan in the same state took place in 1996 and started the mantra that the homegrown conservatives were worse terrorists than anybody else on the planet. Remember, the kid who blew up people at the marathon bombing is still alive today, but Timothy McVeigh died in 2 months. Because at the end of the day, Timothy McVeigh was actually making a political statement against his government, and the facts behind his political statement were true. The government had attacked its own citizens. That is not in dispute. In both Waco and Ruby Ridge, and also there's a Netflix movie on Waco, go watch it, where the guy who wrote, the FBI agent wrote the book on Waco, exposes how bad that Waco thing was. And it's a good movie. If you just want to watch the movie, some facts. Every 2 years, the FBI has burned people alive in a building like they did in Waco. But Waco was the first time it was done on TV. That illegal tear gas that set the people of Waco on fire. And the thing you never hear was all the people that lived in the Waco thing won multi-million-dollar settlements. Just like the guys who are falsely convicted of trying to kidnap the governor in Michigan, they're about to win multi-million-dollar settlements. The kid who got it, the MAGA kid who got attacked. You want to go watch some neat video? Get the Fox News app, not the Fox News, Fox Nation app. They're different apps. And go watch the stuff on the kid that got arrested wearing the MAGA hat. And watch the video after the cops leave and after the news leaves. And they stream the video of the guys that were shitting on the kid and attacking the kid and everything while the cameras were there. And then you hear him talking to the cops after the cameras are gone. Oh, no, he didn't do nothing. No, we were in all then it was Gretchen. No, I don't like Gretchen Wilson. Gretchen had that woman kill herself. When she was on that other news network, is it Gretchen that we're thinking of? That one woman that does she's always pumping the narrative of the news and not the facts of the news. And that one woman killed herself because she accused her of killing her own baby. And after she killed herself, from the pressure that newswoman put on her nationally, it was found out she didn't do it. I can't believe any news organization ever hired her after that. She was on the news channel that does the news, that was just the courtroom channel at that time. I can't, and then now she's on Fox. And just the fact that she exists on Fox pisses me off. Her history is invalid to me. You don't get to recover from that. Because, hey, she never came out publicly and apologized for doing it. But she decided that woman was guilty and she was going to humiliate her publicly. And her kid was dead and the woman killed herself. She was already grieving because her kid was dead. She didn't know why and she didn't care. Then she just upset the whole world thought so. I've often said when there is a civil war, the first people that's going to get shot at, the first enemy troops that get shot are going to be the news producers in the van. That's the one whispering lies in the ear of the reporter. There are no facts that come out of the guy behind the microphone in the van. It's about ratings. It's about who's first. Who's going to state something first? It's like Trump's house getting raided the other day, right? Why? Even the news organizations and even the CNN guys are going, can we see the evidence that you took to the judge to say that you needed to raid his home? They just wanted to walk in and pick papers up out of his house. And there's no doubt when the news isn't even pretended that was the falsehood of why they walked in that guy's house, walked in Trump's house, you know they're full of shit. The news ain't even going to pretend that you're telling the truth. Yeah, 2006 was the year that the Democrats took control of the Congress under Bush, and Bush took the blame for the housing market crashing when Bush had spent from the year 2002 to the year 2005 in front of Congress. There's even videos of him arguing with Barney Franks. It says, if you don't fix this housing market where you're loaning strippers $5 million to buy apartment complexes, you're going to crash the U.S. housing market. There's movies written on it, right? On how the market really crashed. And to blame Bush when it was Barney Franks and his gay lover over at Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. Yeah. Oh, well, they're out of office here in 2 months. They got to pass every single thing they can. The 87,000 IRS agents, that's 500. Well, let me do the calculator real quick. I don't know if I actually done it on a calculator, so I'll tell you how I'm calculating. You got 87,000 IRS agents making $50 an hour times 50 times 2. A union worker gives up 2 hours of their pay as dues to the union. 98% of that union dues winds up in the pockets of a Democrat running for office. That's $8.7 million a month times 24 months. That's $208 million every election that the Congress just voted for the Democratic Party in union dues. They don't even have to ask anybody for it. They just gave themselves a raise over the next 2 years of $200 million to try and win the Congress back in 2 years. That's what that IRS agent is going to be. Man, don't look at it. It's not just about IRS weaponizing. You know those agents are going to hire because the woman in charge of the union, the lawyer that's in charge of the union at the IRS, is a freaking neo-Nazi. She hires the people who will break every law to go after a conservative. She hired Lois Lerner and got her promoted when she got caught. That's the person who's hiring 87,000 new IRS agents. That's the people you got to worry about. It's the woman that's doing the hiring. It's the $200 million that winds up in the politicians' pockets while they're not in office. Because they say they're going to run a ban. They're going to get it back. Meanwhile, the other thing that's going to happen on October 1st, the Gulf War veterans will be finally able to apply for help in home, because I'm considered a homebound veteran. I really can't move around that much. And but I'm not allowed to apply for care, even though every doctor recommends I have it. I'm not allowed to apply for it because I was in the wrong war. They put it off until after this election. Then they're going to hang it around and they just passed that other bill for the VA. Like, oh, this is so great. They're gonna blame the Republicans for bankrupting the VA. It's going to be exposed how bad it runs while Republicans are in charge. Meanwhile, it's running bad now. Trump was already running again. Don't think that wasn't happening. This was a gift to Trump. They think they were going to find somebody. But here's, okay, so I own a news company, right? I have ears on the ground in a lot of places. Here's what I heard about the truck raid. There was a snitch of an employee at Mar-a-Lago who said they saw evidence of the January 6th stuff in the closet in Trump's residence. Okay? That's why, and since I got this through my news people, I'm sure other news people got it as well. And what people don't realize is some people will say anything for the right money. At this point, you'd have to believe Trump is such an idiot that he was conspiring to take over the government on January 6th, which is just not true. None of the events on the ground were coordinated. Trump was trying to get National Guard in there before it even started. He offered Nancy Pelosi control. She's the one that refused him. Nothing of the facts relate to Trump was trying to plot an overthrow of the government. If he was trying to do everything to put himself down and stop himself. So, ignoring the facts and just listening to news people, and then you realize there's money being going around to get a story, much like the Hillary Clinton, bump, Trump had hookers pee on the bed, those stories. You can pay anybody to say anything. Opposition research. Somebody got paid to say there was documents. Doesn't mean he did. But the facts of the case, Garrett, there are some things that are the president's policy that he's allowed to leave with. They don't go into the archives. He can bring them to what they call the president's libraries, and as part of that Library Act, they will be kept in the president's library. Doesn't mean they'll be made public. They have to be secured with a very specific manner. They came to Mar-a-Lago 3 months ago, inspected the documents that Trump did take from the White House as part of that he was allowed to do. And when they wrote up the report says, we think you should have a better lock. Trump upgraded the locks. He upgraded the security for the place that he kept the documents. Right? And the National Archives can go in and look at those things anytime they want to. That's another thing they don't tell anybody. Trump wasn't telling them they couldn't look at it. Trump wasn't saying that he wouldn't turn them over, but they had to find a reason of what they needed them turned over to be in control of Biden, who has policies in the opposition of Trump. So if Trump walked away with evidence to support why he was shutting down the border, and Biden wants to open the border up, Biden would want to bury any evidence that they had of documentation that existed that showed, 80 terrorists a month coming across the border, which is the number right now. Things like that become a debate between presidents. And so Trump probably has evidence of stuff that supported his policies but don't support the Biden policy. But you also got to remember that under Bill Clinton's staff walked into the archives and shoved papers down their pants and walked out with them and got caught. Not walked out, signed the ledger, and said, I'm taking these home with me like Trump did. They shoved documents in his socks and down his pants to steal them so they didn't exist for the shit Clinton was doing. So there's a difference there. And that guy didn't go to jail. That guy's home didn't get raided. Yeah, Hillary Clinton had top secret information on an unsecure server and was using the most unsecure phone on the planet called a BlackBerry to talk to that server while in foreign countries. The minute she landed in Russia and logged on to her email, every Russian knew what the hell was in her email. Period. End of story. No, the Russians didn't deny it. Trump made a joke. Hey, Russia, if you got a copy of their emails, we'd love to see them. And immediately it got twisted in the media. He's asking Russia to hack Hillary. No, Hillary had already been hacked, and he was asking for a copy of what got hacked. Different story. You got to understand the difference between the media twisting what was said. Ain't no different than we had our troll in the audience that twisting what I said, stating it differently, and then arguing with themselves about what he said, not what I said. You know, trying to validate his own lie. And it's another reason that I quit shutting it down. I shut it down. And I know that if I ever get to where I'm running for political office, I'm going to do the same thing with the media. And I don't care how much they trash with me. I think I've learned enough playing with gaming trolls worldwide that I'd kick Trump's ass in a debate in front of the media. Yeah. Sarah Jane, how you doing? Don't forget to like and subscribe, guys. If you're going to donate money, I appreciate stickers over chats. Stickers help the algorithm. All the money does go to charity. You can donate money after the lives if you're listening back during the week. There's more people listen to this back during the week than listen to it live. I'm getting tired, guys. I'm falling asleep. It's late here. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. So you just logged on, just started talking. Now I'm ready to quit. The only reason I hadn't quit so far is because so many people are on here. You guys make me feel guilty about quitting early. I'm gonna look at the stream time. I'm gonna look at how long you've been listening to my bullshit. Damn, you're back up to 33 minutes. Average time is 17. You guys are double the average, almost 34 minutes. 33 minutes and 48 seconds average time. Wow. Playing UAC? Yeah, I don't do that no more. I don't want to play Guns of Glory. I got so deep into the game that it wasn't fun no more. You know, one of the reasons I don't sell guns anymore was my gun magazine. I got so deep into the engineering, the marketing, and the industry of the guns. The reason I started a gun store and started a shooting magazine wasn't fun anymore. I didn't do it to make money. Yes, I made a lot of money doing it, but man, I did it because it was fun. And it just, one thing is I got a really high IQ, so I get bored easy. Normally I quit something after 3 years. I'm going on 5 years with this. But I've quit 2 times. You know, this last time I didn't make a video for almost 10 months. You guys come back with a vigor. I got more people coming back with more. I've got better stats now than I did when I quit. You guys are freaking phenoms. The trolls should really take heart where I told them to go back, copy my own old stuff in their words, and they could probably be the next me. You know, it's a bunch of money a month. There's a couple $1,000s a month being made being me on YouTube. 801. I won't be here next week. My commitment is to be in a new kingdom. Whatever the latest, greatest new kingdom is, I will be in that kingdom when I do the lives. So that no kingdom has an advantage, and that I'm always talking to new players. As many new players. I'm basically talking to new players and trolls. That's my audience. And then I got you guys that are the bitter clingers that hang on to me. You're all bitter clingers. Yeah. Big Bazaar, how you doing? Yeah. Is everybody subscribed? I've noticed my subscriptions went up almost 400 last month just doing 2 videos. So it means I'm reaching a newer market. which was the point of doing the recorded videos on Tuesday morning and the lives on Saturdays, was to talk to a newer market in one logarithm and then talk directly when they wanted to the next week. Hopefully people are subscribing, and they are subscribing over there, and we get some more people in the lives. But you know as well as I do on these lives, you don't know when I'm going live. I think that's the point of a live. If I schedule a live for the same time every day, every week, then I'm always talking to the same people. If I randomly, you just broke 34 minutes. I think some of you fell asleep with it playing. I think people have set their phone down, letting it play on their nightstand, and have gone asleep while listening to the video. And it's great for the algorithm. Man, I would like the 10K subs just so I can sell t-shirts. You can't sell t-shirts on YouTube without 10K subs. Then there's something else I get at 15K subs. And once you hit 10K subs, it opens up the algorithm a little bit too. About three to 4 years. Put that in context, Big Zaw. What's been 3 or 4 years? Oh, God, I'm gonna make everybody tired here. That's why I think everybody else fell asleep. I'm about to. Yeah. Man, the view duration is going up exponentially quickly. I'm telling you, I think everybody fell asleep. I don't think it's that you're interested in listening to my politics. I think y'all just fell asleep. I found a new niche for how to manipulate the YouTube algorithm. Keep them interested long enough that they fall asleep. Yeah. I've been trying to update my game. I need to go back. What's his name? See, this is where I need to up my game. This is why they actually, because I know some of the Rush Limbaugh crew, when Rush Limbaugh died, they asked me, I said, would you be interested in, doing a monologue for people to look and see if you could take over the Rush show? And I said, no. And I said, I don't want to be the guy that follows Rush Limbaugh. Rush Limbaugh could recall off the top of his head everything. I said, I can't do that anymore. While I can put things in context off the top of my head, I can't always remember the names. He remembers all the names. I have always, my whole life, been terrible with names. Rudison, glad you spoke up. Damn it. I don't even have him in here. This is one of the reasons I was up and awake anyway. See, they just did a shout. Oh, that's a enter. It didn't come across the thing. So the Inner Kingdom shouts are out. Not nobody sees the Inner Kingdom shouts anymore, right? Hide loudspeakers from other kingdom. Then why did I see it on the chat? So now it only hides it from the broadcast. It doesn't hide it from the kingdom chat. Ugh. Yeah. You got your troll kingdoms that are always abusing that shit. I hate to see that come back. That was one of the irritants of the game. The thing about Rush was he was always right. Yeah, for those who don't know, Rush wrote a series of children's books on history because people weren't being taught history properly. Russia's grandfather was a well-known judge. Some of the greatest speeches in history were about that. One of the only people to do a speech on the signing of Declaration of Independence was his grandfather. Where when I read his speech during a YouTube video, the video got banned by YouTube. On the people who signed, it was a factual telling of what happened to the people who signed the Declaration of Independence. Because it's not taught in school. Because you can't say the R word about women in a speech, which is what happened to the wives of the signer of the Declaration. Their children were murdered. There was no family that didn't suffer blood in the family. The families were targeted first by the British. Rape, pillage, plunder. What people endured to create this country should never have been forgotten, and it's never spoken of. Because once you put in context what they chose to endure, you have a lot more respect for what got done. Why they thought there would be a revolution every 50 years after the first revolution, to refreshen the need to get rid of government who seizes power and says, I'm in charge, you'll do what I say. But they really took turn the heat up slowly on the frog approach on the American citizen. They don't know they have rights. They don't know it's legal unless the law says it's not. We were just talking about the SEC. I'm going to take you to court and say you've done something wrong, even though there's no law that says you've done anything wrong. Why am I in court, judge? And the judge should throw them out immediately, but they don't always. They cherry pick which judges were appointed for the purposes of hearing the case. Well, maybe he has something valid to say. The SEC doesn't have any government workers. It only has lawyers. Yeah. Hey, I appreciate it. Man, we've been talking about doing podcast stuff, and I don't know if I did a podcast thing, I would like to find somebody to work with. Which means I got to find somebody that can work with me on a schedule. Then I've got to hear the schedule. But I'm pretty sure we could do a much better podcast than some of the ones I've been listening to. Man, we listened to podcasts from the left. Last podcast on the left. And it is literally the leftist view of history. Now they go through some facts, but then they color them with their leftist views. Which when you know history and you hear the left talk about history, I find it funny. It's like watching the show Whale Wars. That show was designed to make you hate Japanese whalers. But because they didn't cut out all the bullshit that the left was doing to fake what the whalers were doing, what they were really doing, and then the Discovery Channel would put up the history, like, since the Whale Conservation Act that limited fishing of whales, the whale population has grown 9,000%. And they're out there telling everybody they're on the verge of extinction. They're, when there was like 900 of them, and now they're like 9,000 of them. Same thing with the polar bears and Al Gore, right? It's like there's only 25 polar bears left in the world. There are so many polar bears that the Alaskans are allowed to kill them for dog meat. Yeah, that's how many polar bears there are. You put it in a movie, the polar bear is drowning on the ice, it's melting, we're all going to die. When all the ice in the North Pole could melt and the oceans won't rise one stinking inch, they'd actually go down, not up, because the volume of ice would shrink the volume of the ocean. The one you'd have to worry about is Antarctica. And the Antarctic has a shelf that a good third of the Antarctic ice shelf could slide off into the ocean. It's like a cycle of the freezing in Antarctica builds up. Then the weight overcomes the reality, and people forget that Antarctica has active volcanoes, and so the ground under the ice, the thick ass ice, keeps the water melted between the ice and the shelf. And there is a realistic possibility of a large 300-mile ice shelf breaking off in Antarctica. And then once it's out in the ocean and that melts, that could change the sea levels. And it may have a lot to do with biblical floods, since they're cyclical. Yeah, I won. I took an officer to court for writing me a no insurance ticket on the side of the road. I didn't have my insurance card with me, but I took him to court because in the state of New Mexico, you have to the insurance company is required to report to the state whether or not you have insurance by law. And the minute they say you don't have your insurance, the state revokes your tag. So when you pulled over on the side of the road and they run your tag and your tag is valid, that's proof that you have insurance. Period. And so I tried to argue that at the cop on the side of the road. He wrote me the $400 no insurance ticket anyway. And I took him in front of the judge. I said, Judge, you can't ask me to verify that the insurance company did their job on the side of the road. The law is the insurance company reports to the state that I have insurance. The old law that says I am required to have proof of financial responsibility, that proof of financial responsibility is the tag on the back of my car that came back valid. Because the way the law read, I had to have proof of financial responsibility. I had a valid tag that proved I was financially responsible for the car and I had insurance. It did not say I had to have an insurance card. That I had to have proof of financial responsibility. I had it. I had a tag. The judge agreed with me. And that went all the way up through the state of New Mexico. And they turned around. That should have stopped every officer in the state from ever writing a no insurance ticket ever again. But it was too lucrative. So what they did was they issued an order to all the judges, do not let them plead not guilty at the counter anymore. Make them take a day off of work and go see the judge to plead not guilty. So when they come in for the fix-it ticket, they charged them a court fee for a ticket that the cops knew they weren't supposed to write. Okay? And if you went and saw the judge to get the judge to throw it out because it's against the law to write the ticket, you had to pay the court fees for seeing the judge, which was $400, the same as the ticket that you shouldn't have been wrote. You would think that if you go in there and prove that you shouldn't have been written a ticket, that it'd be free. It's not free. So right or wrong, you were issued a $400 tax on the side of the road. I've never been issued another no. I don't. Even if I've got proof of insurance on my phone now. I don't think almost everybody does. And when they ask me for my proof of insurance, I say I'm not showing that to you. I got a tag in the back of the car. Yeah, that's true. Especially them 22, 23-year-olds. They all believe they're freaking lawyers. I had a state trooper telling me that I needed an annual renewal on my permanent tag. I said, do you want to Google up the word permanent or call your supervisor? It's a permanent tag. There is no renewal. I bought it once. That one I got out of the car and stood in front of his camera in front of his car to make sure that it was on film, me arguing with that little shithead. Because he liked to patrol in this area that should never have a speed. It's almost a speed trap area. Drops from 75 to 55 for no fucking good reason. The signs placed at a place where there's trees over a shady area of a creek, so it's kind of a distraction. It's like the only tree for like 50 miles. Like, ooh, trees. You know, you don't look at the sign. The the But the truth of the matter is, Garrett, people do not go to court and they do not fight these guys. It's a pain in our ass to fight for our rights. So flood the system with fighting for what's right and wrong. Especially if it's going to cost you the same amount of money. Take a vacation day. To turn around, I'm taking a personal day. I'm going to go beat the shit out of this cop. I'm going to make him come in or the ticket get thrown out. Because remember, the cop has to take it. If it's the cop's day off, when you go to court, he has to come in for no pay. When I file a grievance against a judge, I get to pick the date of the hearing of the grievance. I go look at the judge's schedule and make sure I pick a day that they're off so that they don't get paid for the day that they have to come in court and defend themselves for an unconstitutional judgment. Yeah, I did that for a ticket for my lawn being too long. I can't push a mower. I got to wait for a kid that shows up. And the city, you know, and there was one where it rained like for an entire month. And I mean, almost every day it rained. The grass is like 2.5 feet tall. And then it stopped raining for 2 days. They were running around writing tickets on everybody for the grass being too tall. And the kid didn't come by. I mean, until the kid comes by to mow my lawn, it is what it is. And then finally, I've told the judges, you know what? You know what's not in the city of Artesia? There is not a lawn care service in the city of Artesia. So until you license a business that mows lawns, my handicap ass is not mowing the lawn anymore. I had somebody from the city come out and trim my trees right after that. As I said, I'm tired of you picking on me. I'm handicapped. I can't do it. They come out there and trim the trees. But I took it one step further and said, you can't even write these tickets. Your grass is too long ticket dictates that the city gets to determine how long my grass should be. It's my property. What if I wanted a foot tall? What if I'm growing wheat in my front yard? I'm not allowed to farm on my land? There's no law against that. What you'll find out is that the Democrats issue this how to govern in small towns and govern books. And the laws for fleecing people for their lawn care money is a pestilence law. Well, if your grass is tall, there must be a bunch of bugs in it. And that leads to pestilence in the neighborhood. Not necessarily. And I'll tell you why it doesn't on my lawn. I buy ladybugs, and I have little ladybug houses. Ladybugs kill a lot of shit. Ladybugs are vicious creatures, and you can order them offline on Amazon. You can order little ladybug houses for your ladybugs to breed in. You got to replace them every year. It costs like $20. If you believe in the myth of ladybugs are not supposed to bring you good luck. Matter of fact, I was just in that movie Bullet Train. That's where I heard it again. The spots on the back of the ladybug absorb the bad luck around them. They don't bring good luck. They take on bad luck. Put ladybugs out there. They eat all the aphids. They eat all the spiders. They eat all the ticks. Ladybugs are vicious little carnivores. And it's like $10 to buy a bag of ladybugs. You can put them in the refrigerator a couple weeks. You know, they live a long time. They come in a little bag. You put them in the refrigerator. I buy them for my mom too, so that we don't have to go out there and spray and chemical stuff. My mom likes to water her garden every day. But so that there's not a lot of bugs in her garden that snakes would eat, I go out there every year and put ladybugs. Never heard the ladybugs? Oh, ladybugs are carnivores. You can buy them on Amazon. Like $10 for a bag of ladybugs. But they fly away. I mean, it's not like a bee house where they sell ladybug houses. but it's really a good place for them to breed. So you got to get into the how to breed ladybugs type thing. Uh, when you buy a bag of ladybugs and sprinkle them on your lawn, it kills all your bugs, and before long, there's no bugs for them to eat, so they start killing your neighbor's bugs too. So the way that I handle the pestilence problem so that I can argue with the city and be an absolute prick is I make sure my neighbors don't have them either. I don't think that ladybugs are a trivial fact, just a fact of life. It was very big in Nebraska to cultivate and farm ladybugs for corn crops, because aphids would eat the shit out of corn crops, just destroy corn crops. And so you bought a bunch of ladybugs and you didn't have an aphid problem. You didn't have to buy all those chemicals. You know how they keep saying farmers just use chemicals. Farmers don't want to use chemicals. It costs money. Ladybugs are cheap. Ladybugs will keep breeding as long as they got something to eat. If you got a lot of aphids, you know, you got to buy a big enough supply to kind of overwhelm the problem earlier. But if the aphids are growing, the ladybugs will outgrow them and keep your aphids down. And they eat a lot of stuff. They're annoying. If you don't know what an aphid is, like if you ever walked along the grass and seen these little bugs jumping back and forth, and you might think they're fleas or something like that, it's usually aphids. So if you see a bunch of aphids, buy a bunch of ladybugs. Ladybugs need things with some big leaves because they hide on the bottom side of leaves as they hunt down and stalk other bugs. So it's very rare that you see a ladybug because they're usually hiding on the bottom side of something with bigger leaves. So you can't just throw them in the grass and expect them to stick around. You got to have plants, like I got poppy plants and some hollands. I got some red, white, and blue hollands. I don't know if you guys ever saw my picture of that. During Memorial Day, I plant some red, white, and blue flowers out there to start my spring garden. And they got little big leaves on them, little leaves and stuff. And then that's where I set my ladybugs out for the year to keep them off my grass. Yeah. And then I got enough trees around here that they got a place to hide. And I do that because it's another way. My dogs don't have fleas and ticks, and I don't spray my dogs, and I don't spray my yard. It's just another benefit to it. My dogs sleep on the couch, sleep on the bed. They never have fleas and ticks, ever, because my yard doesn't. Now everybody's going to go out and buy ladybugs to throw in their little micro gardens because it's only $10 to order them on Amazon. I should put a link up there. I'm going to do that. I wonder if I get blocked. Well, I'll put a link up there. That way I get some affiliate money when you buy the ladybugs because I mentioned it. See, this is how you make money. Right, yeah. Are you copying it or not? Oh. Copy. Okay, there. There's the ladybugs. $12.99. You too can kill all the pesky little things that bug your pets. No chemicals, no pests, no meth. Just understand what it takes to keep ladybugs alive, and that it's not like bees. You can't trap them in your yard or expect them to come back to their nest. So if you got one of those places that's open and they're escaping your neighbor's yard, you're gonna have to do it a couple times a year. It's not a big deal, and they're fun. Everybody likes ladybugs. Starts up a conversation with your neighbors. What a great way to meet your neighbors, right? Buy one for each of your neighbors, left and right side of your house, and say, I'm having a problem with aphids, and they don't stay in my yard. They head to your yard and another yard. and ladybugs eat aphids, I would like to sprinkle some ladybugs in your yard. They would love you for sprinkling ladybugs in your yard. They wouldn't even care why you're doing it. They just love ladybugs. You're the greatest person ever. For a $12 gift, your neighbor loves you forever. You drop the fact that they eat little bugs and they keep the fleas and ticks off your dogs, and your neighbor just thinks you're a wonderful person, even though you're out there BB gunning the cats that are on their front lawn every day. Huh? What? I've never done that. Yeah, I have never done that, but not opposed to it. I got one cat that comes up to my front door and meows for my cat to come outside and play with him. So I got to get up, open the front door, and let the cat out to go play with his buddy. Yeah, really, it's something that you talk about stuff that people make. If they were to charge the $400 no, you didn't mow your lawn ticket, and all that money went into a fund, so that the city bought ladybugs every year and mailed a package of them to everybody in town to release in their yard, so that we didn't have a pestilence problem, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I know they collect a little over $40,000 a year on freaking your lawn's too long, because people like me, there's people that are not like me. They don't fight it. But then where's the money go? The money literally goes to hiring another person for the judge to order around. That's who gets the money. They hire another union worker to feed the local Democratic Party. So it is what it is. That's got to be one of the next big political fights for all of us, is eliminating unions from government workers. If people want to give their money to a political party, then write a check. Having it automatically deducted just because you got hired, you get bills like, let's hire 87,000 new IRS agents, and let's make $200 million over the next 2 years, because we know we're going to lose the Congress. But it doesn't mean we're not going to be given shitloads of money to try and win it back. They literally wrote themselves a campaign check. Yeah, you understand that upwards of, when you have $200 million of gift money for the next election, that's 200 people that can get $1 million to run for Congress. And Congress people don't normally make that much money. And if you don't understand congressional election law, if you're running for office, you can collect up to $10 million, not spend it, and all you have to do is wait 4 years, and you get to keep the money. So you want to know how people become millionaires? Is in Congress, you have an 87% chance of being re-elected, regardless of your politics or anything else, because people just vote for the incumbent. And they get $1 million. Man, I'm going to take that note too, because I just watched the convert views drop down to 12, and I'm going to say, hey, thank God you guys are quitting. Sort of wakens people. But you're up to 35 minutes and 20. I don't know why the time is. There's only 12 of you. But I'm going to end this stream while the number's high before I make that number go down. All right, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I got a new video that'll be out Tuesday. Tell all your new players. Because you never know what you're going to learn. Because as I'm going through the accounts doing these videos, I'm learning new things. So if I'm learning new things, I guarantee you there's stuff for you to learn too. And I appreciate it.